Okay, I called the Inland Wetland Commission meeting for March 27th, 2023 into order. First order of business, why don't we introduce ourselves? Pat, would you like to go?
Pat Sal, alternate commissioner.
Greg Johnson, vice chair.
Pat Parafor, chair.
Danielle Monroe, alternate commissioner.
Nicholas Jordan, commissioner.
Kevin Seaman, commissioner.
Dave McCollum, in the wetlands agent.
Okay, and on
Mary Churchill, recording secretary.
okay. I'm not sure if James has to identify himself.
You should.
James,
No James. No audio. He's muted.
gotta hit that mute button.
There we go. James DeMayo, town engineer.
Hey, James.
Okay, thank you. All right, so first item on the agenda is a continuation of the public hearing for 17 Whitney Road.
Ken Slater for the record. I'll turn the floor right over to Mike to go over just a couple of things I think that were
Okay,
follow-up from the last hearing.
And I'm bringing up the plans as we speak, Mr. Mazzucco.
sure.
For the record, Mike Mazzucco, professional engineer. Our office is in Danbury, representing the applicant. And just a few minor changes. I'll just talk about them first and I'll walk through them once David gets them up on the screen. But we went out and updated the existing conditions, or shot some new grades where the excavation and filling had occurred. So that was updated. The cut and fill numbers didn't change because it's a zero-sum game, because it's just fill that's being cut and moved on site. Nothing was taken off or exported. And we did also add the baffle, which is the oil separator on the outlet pipe, and I'll show you, we added a detail. So none of this changed here. And if you go to the existing conditions, and I think it's the next sheet here. So you can see in here, this grade continued out and was excavated here. It was a little bit of filling here. So these contours changed a little bit, and that's reflective of that work that was done. So that was the change on the existing conditions. And we also showed the existing retaining wall, a 2-foot high retaining wall that was installed. That was it there. And again, it shows up the wall here, changes in grade. I don't think on this plan you're really seeing the drainage stuff, so I will go down to the next sheet, the site utilities. Yeah, you're not even going to really see it here, but I think you have to go down to the detail sheet, David. That's lighting intensity, that didn't change. All right, here we go. So on this detail here, you can see we have the outlet. Yeah, right. The outlet's right here. So this would be a T, and then we would extend this down below the invert here. So if there's any oil that's coming up, it would, the only amount that would out of the pipe would be the 12-inch diameter. And then as it goes up, we had this extending up through to the top of the galleries. So that all of that area is protected. And that's that provides the oil water separation.
Can you just explain that a little more? I'm not quite sure. So that pipe, the center circle is the pipe coming in?
That's that's pipe going out. So
Daily.
yeah, so this
Okay.
is actually like a T. And then the horizontal section of the T is the pipe going out.
Okay.
The vertical section of the T
Goes up.
goes up
Okay.
and down.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's got to go down a little bit. So, and as that water rises up, once it gets, that extension down is actually the mechanism that separates the oil,
Okay.
Oil from getting out
Okay.
of the outlet pipe. So, yeah, it's a pretty simple
Okay.
concept. It's similar to a baffle in a septic tank where you're trying to keep the solids in the tank and just let out the effluent.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
That was it.
So would that get cleaned out then on a
If there was,
scheduled basis?
if it was needed to be cleaned out, yes, you would clean it out. But
How would you know?
well, you would look in there and see. You know, you would look in any of the catch basins. But I mean, if there was a spill, then you would say, all right, let's keep an eye on it and then clean it out. But ordinarily, I don't think you're gonna see a problem. If it was a high traffic retail complex where cars are coming in, a lot of them are sitting there, say, especially like I think I mentioned in a drive up situation where they're sitting there, they're placing an order, they're waiting, cars idling, sitting there, and it's just constant traffic. You see that like Dunkin' Donuts and things like that. You see a lot of oil strips in that lane. But typically for a type of situation here with residential, you drive in, they park, they shut the car off. So very much less chance of oil coming out of a vehicle.
So first of all, thank you for adding it. I know you did so because the commission, particularly
Yeah.
myself, was asking. Your personal opinion, just for my future reference, how well do you think those work?
These?
Yeah,
Well, if there is oil in there,
Okay.
it'll trap it. I mean, it'll keep it from going out.
okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so as the water starts to recede, you know, it
see.
can't get out
Right.
because it'll at least stay in there.
okay.
Yeah.
Yep, no.
That's the
perfect.
beauty part about the baffles.
Thank you. And the first time I've seen one like that, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Anything else?
Other than that, that's about it.
Okay, does the commissions have any questions, comments, concerns for the applicant? Okay,
Nothing new.
okay, does the public have anything they wish to comment, questions, concern that you would address the board and we could have the applicant address? Please, just state
Can I-
your name, please.
Sure. I'll
And
come up
address.
here because
And
you
address,
always
thank
say I have to. Okay. So I'm Nancy Sudik from 2 Ridgedale Road. Thank you. And is it okay if I just ask or make my statements, but then I want to leave and go to the other meeting? that's
Yeah, no,
going on?
please.
Great.
Yep.
But I'll return. So my opinion is that having to do with the Wetlands Commission.
Okay.
The project is too large. There are 60 parking places, I believe it's 60, I think I'm right about that, in close proximity to wetlands. There are too many people, too many cars, too close to the wetlands, which, as we've learned over many years, of making costly mistakes. I don't mean you guys, I just mean in general. Costly mistakes cannot be replaced. Once the wetlands have been ruined by whatever, they stay ruined. And I would like to ask you to please make a decision that will favor the irreplaceable wetlands and not just a developer who wants to make a lot of money, because that's what developers want to do. I don't blame them, but not at the expense of the wetlands. That's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I did have a question. It's more for the town.
Okay.
First of all, parking spaces, the amount of parking spaces, does it meet the requirement or is it over the requirement?
I believe it exceeds the requirements,
Okay.
but regardless of whether it did or not, it's not really a.
No, I'm
concern.
kind of gearing that way. My question,
Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
Please.
It doesn't exceed the requirement, because if you look at the application previous, which is part of this record.
right,
The parking required is 1.5 per unit plus 0.25
okay,
spaces for visitors. So it's like 1.75. I think we were at like just under 1.5.
okay,
So we're not over what is required under the TOD, your standard
right.
parking rate.
And I'm not asking to get rid of any of them. I'm just,
Yeah.
if you could pull up where the parking space, the parking lot
Mhm.
thing. Mike, can you show, that's fine, where snow stockpile was again?
We have them here,
So that's
here,
basically, yep.
here. I mean, any of the islands you're gonna,
So
Store.
particularly the one on the bottom of the first one you pointed to.
Yep.
My concern is cars have to move at 3 o'clock in the morning for snow. Just general question to the town, is that a wetland purview in the future? That's what I want to know. All right, thank you. The melting of it is, but how to get there isn't us, right?
As a point of clarification, and I believe we have discussed this before, Mr. Chairman, your regulated upland review area that is the extent of where your jurisdiction ends.
Right.
Extends to this line that I'm highlighting with my cursor right now.
Right.
So it's only a small portion, relative, comparatively small portion of the parking lot. The corner of this building, this snow stockpile area, and any other associated improvements.
Mhm.
And then the stormwater management system area that discharges into this up and
Right.
area, that is your purview.
And the reason I'm asking just for education is I have no doubt you're not putting snow in the wetland on this, it's too far away, okay? So it's not, it's more for education for my future knowledge.
Mhm.
Let's say the side right where your cursor is now, let's say
Okay.
that was open and wetlands was close to it. And they weren't initially that as a stock, like it's possible to snow there, that would be a purview of our, because the snow's closer to the wetland, it will.
Yeah,
melt
you,
into the
you,
wetland.
you
Yeah,
could,
melt
you could, you could
Yeah.
ask, you could, it
Yeah.
would be a reasonable question.
Yeah.
For you to ask the applicant why there are no other locations where
Right.
snow could be stockpiled.
Right, but again, this application is for.
Fine.
Okay,
Mr. DeMayo? Is it paved on the right-hand side of that building?
No, that's the recreation area.
How does the snow even get to that snow stockpile area that we were highlighting? Because that's a dumpster and those are parking.
cars have to move.
You'd have to have all the residents move their cars. Gotcha.
They're not, but it's not on this one.
Thank you for the clarification.
No. Okay, is there any more questions or comments, concerns for this application? Okay, I'll go ahead, Dave, I'm sorry, I should ask you.
No, that's okay. I just want to run through a couple things if,
Yep.
if I can have a few minutes.
Two.
I'll try to be brief. To get back to the comment with the baffles before. It is not unheard of for this commission to ask for or have the applicant include a monitoring report for how the stormwater management system components work. Of course, you would want to have reasonable intervals and a duration for how long you want the reports if you request them. And then you would want to figure out how often you would have the applicant perform maintenance on the utilities on the site. So just to get that out of the way. Now to dive into my stuff. There was a commissioner who had reached out to me between this past meeting and tonight. Who it was doesn't make a difference. And they had expressed concerns that the commission's criteria for their decisions, if you guys look in section 4.4 of your regulations, weren't being adequately addressed. And I thought it would be worth for you guys to all hear how that works. Because I had mentioned it when the commission accepted this application, and I don't really know if we have dived into it since. I say that because at this point, you're really not going to get much more in the way of new information. Mr. Mizuko presented a minor revision to the application tonight. To my knowledge, there isn't anything else new that you guys requested. All the reports you've needed have been given to you. So now you're looking to move into that next phase of your application, which would be where you close the public hearing. In other words, you're stopping with discovery and you're moving into your deliberation and your discussion phase. And I think it's worth before you do that to just consider how 4.4 reads. I don't know if you have a copy of the regs on you. I can pull them up on the screen real quick.
We're talking about considerations for decision.
Okay,
Is that what
there,
you're talking about?
yeah, that's it.
I have only three, I'm sorry.
That's
Maybe
okay.
I'll share this with her.
No, not a problem.
We've gone over it.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
And I don't mean to go ad nauseum on this stuff, but I think it's worth for you guys getting this now instead of,
Thank you.
for some reason, there's a question that pops up as a result of me reading this stuff and then you not being able to get an answer. So let's look at, where's, no, I said 4.4, okay. So it starts at 4.4.3, right? Criteria for decisions. Commission shall take into consideration all the relevant facts and circumstances included but not limited to A, the environmental impact of the proposed action, including the effects of the inland wetlands and watercourses capacity to, and there's a list of items, the first of which is support fish and wildlife. So you go back to Mr. McManus's report. He is the applicant's soil scientist. And there's a table in that report, and it indicates that the only function on this site that is considered principal is fish and aquatic habitat. So if there were any elements in that table that's in his report that you would want to focus your efforts on, that would be it. In terms of the wildlife element of it, in Mr. McManus's report, again, what does it indicate? What does it refer to? It doesn't make any mention of any obligate species, and those are the only ones that you guys can consider when it comes to adverse impacts, because when you're talking about obligate species, they are the only ones that a wetlands depends on to function. You're not gonna have if for some reason, let's say gypsy moth, this is a random creature. If a gypsy moth population somehow is in decline in this area, you can't attribute anything that is happening to them and say, oh no, that's an adverse impact on the wetlands, for some reason. There has to be some kind of substantive evidence where there's correlation between the creature's presence going away directly impacting the wetlands. So I just want to make sure that was clear. Go down the next list next to preventing flooding. This is all about engineering. Mr. Mizuko in his drainage reports, he stated, or if he hasn't stated it for the record, his report states that the proposed design will have a zero net increase in stormwater runoff. In other words, the volume of water that exits that site now, it's not changing. It will essentially stay the same. That's important for you guys to know. Next item, supply and protect surface and groundwater is another engineering item. You want to dive into comparing your pre-development and post-development watersheds areas. What areas of the site are being taken in by the stormwater management system, which areas are not, what are the differences between how things are now and how things will be. This is another area where James would have commented in his reports, and he would have made mention to you guys if there was an issue with that. To my knowledge, that hasn't been the case. Next item, controlling sediments. I'm sure you guys have seen through the multiple iterations of these site plans, there are erosion and sedimentation controls that are proposed to contain the grading that's going to be done to the site. That's for temporary ENS control measures. One that would be permanent would be the sediment basin. That is where the water outlets in the event that the storm event that the system, how do I say this? Water would enter that basin only if the volume of water exceeded the year storm events that was occurring. So if you have a 50-year storm, you're not going to get any water in that sediment basin, right? But if you have a 200-year storm, and I don't know what that number would be exactly, but that's when water will go in there. But that's what that basin is for. It's if you have any sediment that somehow gets through that, that's where it goes in that basin. And of course, Mr. Mealy can clarify that if I'm not speaking correctly. Next item, facilitating drainage, another engineering issue that James would have addressed. I also would have commented on it if I had thought this was an issue. To my knowledge, I don't think James has done anything to comment on this, or I don't think he has any outstanding comments on this. Now, why? The next item, and this is the biggest one for you, controlling pollution. The one thing that I know is still up in the air with you guys, if I'm understanding correctly, is dissolved solids, i.e. road salts. remember, you guys can always make conditions that limit their use. So in other words, if you're not confident that the system as designed is going to be able to appropriately address dissolved solids and salts, you can say, I don't see why it wouldn't be a reasonable condition for you to limit their use to like walkways or people would be on foot to minimize their use on site, unless you guys want to take it to the next degree and just prohibit them outright. That's a discussion that you guys would have to ultimately have, and you'd have to make a decision on that. Just to put this into context, low salts or areas where you have low salt use, it's not a new concept. Just for context, if you guys drive along South Street, you go up to the railroad crossing, there's that giant yellow sign that says low salt area. And those signs aren't just placed arbitrarily, they are strategically placed to prevent artificially high salinity levels in local surface water or groundwater resources. So if you think that kind of protection is warranted for this property, then you have the right to do that. But of course, you should state your reasons for doing so. Next item, supporting recreational activities. Go back to the functions and values assessment from Mr. McManus. His report does not, his report indicates that the on-site wetlands don't support that function. It's not a principal function. That function isn't present, so it's either minimal or absent. So I would say, in terms of criteria for decision, I would not factor this one. And then the next one would be promoting public health and safety. Don't overthink this. These are, well, public health and safety. They're buzzwords that are used more frequently with other land use commissions for different reasons, wherever they are. Your focus when it comes to public health and safety, again, has to be made with respect to the wetlands. Just as common sense examples, not necessarily for this application, but ways you could consider that would be like if trash or refuse was somehow going to enter the on-site water course into Simpah Brook. Was the applicant proposing to dispose hazardous chemicals right into the stream? Is there regular maintenance of stormwater management elements? I mean, these are just hypothetical questions. I'm not saying the applicant is doing any of those things, and I don't think they are. So that's just the vein for how to take that question with context. To dive into C now, feasible and prudent alternatives. When you guys accepted this application, you did so under the premise that it was within the public's interest. You did not accept this application because you were concerned that the activities may have a significant impact to on-site wetlands or water courses. That is your key to being able to request a feasible and/or alternative design plan. Because you didn't go the significant impact route, you can't request that. I mean, the applicant can offer that if they volunteer it, but you can't require it. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Question.
Yeah.
How do you know if you need that until you get into the information?
Excellent question.
Because we have in the past requested alternate alternatives from the same type of, not for this app, but we're talking general here, from other developments, alternate.
Right, so significant impacts, when you're talking about significant impacts, you're talking about activities that are happening directly to a wetland. So if someone was excavating, or if someone was placing fill either right up to or within a wetland, that you in the past have considered that to be either a core activity or a significant impact.
But I just want to be clear. It doesn't just depend on how you accept it. If let's take this application, and I don't like pairing with this, I think the discussion should have been separate, but let's say we accept this application and then the applicant is actually putting half the house into wetlands. We would be asking for an alternative solution that we wouldn't know that until we accept it and they present it.
Well, that's
So at
why,
that point, we could sit there and say, or just outright deny. I want to be clear because we've done this in the past. I want to make,
I struggle with that
Okay.
because you can't change your review process midstream.
and that's why I'm asking, because we have accepted applications, the same process on larger applications and have come back and said, we need a prudent and feasible alternative to this, or are there any?
I mean, you can always ask.
And I know they've gone to court on some of them and come back with it. So I just want to make sure the committee members know you can ask.
Right, so
Doesn't matter how you
Do we need to
So
officially do that?
I,
Ask for a feasible and prudent alternative on the record?
There may not be any. You know, you could, you always could
That's
ask,
up to them. What's up?
you always could ask.
We
and
would
could say
consider a
there is
feasible
none.
and prudent alternative.
You know, I just know in the past, we have accepted applications like this. And like the way we accepted, not this application, I apologize that we keep going back to yours, but when we accept an application, we don't know that information. We don't know the information that's going to be presented. We've had applications that take a very long 200 units or whatever and have gone and said, no, we need to see prudent and feasible alternatives. And some of the applicants say, yes, here's one, or no, we don't have any, and that's where decisions have been based. on.
right, they can consent to giving you
Right,
that,
right,
some
but
of them
decisions have
have,
been
but
based on
but
that.
but if it's a requirement,
Right.
if you guys are making a requirement, I would say you can't. Now, in this circumstance, I would say you can't, because when you accepted the application, you determined that the activities.
I would
were
ask you to
not-
look into that farther, because I believe there have been cases, and you're a lawyer, I'm not, but I believe there have been cases in the town where that's been part of denials that have gone farther.
Right, for when you guys get a reapplication because of a denial, absolutely.
No, but they've been denied with that as part of the denial. And then it's gone far. I know I go to the, sorry,
No, when I get a chance, I'll. jump in.
Please.
So it can go both ways too,
Right.
because there's instances in which you get that initial application and you decide it's a significant activity. Then you have your hearing, and during the course of it, you get a lot of evidence and you realize that the applicant has done something to actually avoid any impact to the wetlands. So you still, under that circumstance, because you found it was a significant activity, you still have to talk about feasible and
Right.
prudent alternative. And you say there aren't any feasible and prudent alternatives because they've avoided any impact to the wetlands. And I don't disagree with you if you've not made a finding of significant activity, and during the course of this application, a member of the public comes in, or the town engineer came in, or your staff came in and said, we really blew it, we missed something, there's going to be, they're depositing material right in the middle of a wetland.
Right.
Then you would have the ability to deny the application outright. And you could say, or we'll condition it on you modifying the plan to get rid of that. So it can happen. But what I think I entirely agree with David, that what you don't have to do here is to make a feasible and prudent alternative finding, which you would have had to do if you decided it was a significant activity.
Okay.
So I hope I'm not splitting hairs. So, because if you didn't make the finding in the first place, but the evidence showed there was a problem, because that's what feasible and prudent is all about, is an actual impact. And then if there is one, sometimes you can't avoid it. Sometimes you can't cross without doing some impact. But it's in the event of an impact, you'd have to make a finding that there isn't anything that would reduce or eliminating it. But when you have a situation, which is what we think we have here, where there isn't any evidence that
Right.
there's actually evidence that there'll be an impact. And then we think, for example, on the salt one, that we're, public health and safety requires them to be able to maintain their parking lot, and to be able to do the same thing that they do in the roads, in that with the way that the stormwater is managed, that in all but larger storm events, there'll be infiltration in the ground. There's not any evidence. A wetland is poorly drained soil, so the water is coming from the surface, not bubbling up from the bottom. So we don't believe that there was evidence of the record that ordinary management of the paved areas would result in an adverse impact. And during larger storm events, there's dilution. And so that we don't believe there's evidence on that. But for whatever that's worth, I agree with your assessment that there can be instances where evidence would come in during the hearing. And it wouldn't even be necessarily feasible to prove an alternative. It's just, we're going to deny it because there's a problem.
Exactly.
And alternatively, we'll approve it if you make this change. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No,
You
that's
continue.
okay.
So I
That was a
Yeah.
valuable explanation. Anyway, to move on, where were we? That covers C pretty good. Let's go into D now. Okay. So I touched on maintenance before, with you guys being able to request, or have a maintenance schedule be part of the plans that you review. You guys can always ask for a monitoring report, so that would address that element. When it comes to enhancement, don't interpret enhancement as you needing to add something to the site plans. Enhancement comes in many forms, one of which could be a monitoring report, because without this application, you wouldn't have gotten a monitoring report before. So now you have a shoe-in for how that property behaves with respect to the wetlands resources on site. So that in and of itself, you should consider as an enhancement. Another example would be supplements to plants, like if, there was an area, not this property per se, but if there was an area of a property where there was meadow, an enhancement could be having the applicant plant conservation seed mix, because you're enhancing the diversity of the plant species that already grow in that meadow. It's not new per se, it's an enhancement. Another one would be okay. Again, you guys limiting whether or not the property you guys would be okay with them using salts. If you guys for some reason determine that salts are still an item of concern, you don't know how well, no, I shouldn't go there. So never mind on that comment. Let me drop that. I'm sorry. Let's dive into E. When it comes to this item, you really only see it when you have a direct wetlands impact, and your circumstances to have this be considered are rare, and that's on purpose because your whole intent is to prevent direct inland wetlands or watercourse impacts in the first place. So with the applicant not having any of those as part of this application, I don't see how you could factor in this criteria. I mean, of course, you can always offer comment or insight if you disagree.
I disagree.
Okay.
Can you go back to D first of all?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we should go back to all of them at some point, probably.
Okay.
We don't have to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, we will.
Now,
So I'm gonna just read D again. Nicholas Jordan, the relationship between the short-term uses of the environment and the maintenance and enhancement of long-term productivity of the environment. Question mark? Including, that's not written there. Including consideration of the extent to which the proposed activity involves trade-offs between short-term environmental gains at the expense of long-term losses. Or vice versa, and consideration of the extent to which the proposed action forecloses or predetermines future action. I find this very difficult to read and understand. I'd like to explain more, please.
Okay. So what is the applicant proposing in terms of their activities? over the short term with its construction, how does it behave with respect to possible impacts? Long term, after the project is done, what are, I'm trying to think of the.
So it's like if the impact to the wetland from this construction gonna be repaired or low impact like within a week? Or are they dumping oil into the wetlands that'll never get repaired? To that extent, is that how
Like what
I'm
our
reading it?
previous member of the public suggested, that once it's built, it can't be unbuilt.
No.
Right.
No.
So we have to do the best we can for the wetlands,
Right,
right?
I-
That's our job.
right,
The
Absolutely.
public and the environment rely on us to do that.
absolutely.
And that's why
And it
we're
says it
looking at-
all here. It's like, do that.
Right.
And as far as this is in our regulations,
Right,
right? So as far as any other regulations go that the applicant may or may not be abiding by, also stated in our regulations said that if there is any question mark or conflict
Mhm.
between those two things,
mhm,
it says that we have to, as a commission,
Mhm.
err on the side of
Right.
more
And that's why-
regulation, more care for the wetlands.
And I think that's why when we do approve or deny an application, it's based on if there's any adverse effects on the wetland, which these are what are considered adverse effects.
Right.
So when you say adverse effects, I take it as 3A, A through, whatever letter that is. And that's all, I mean, you're not gonna list the whole thing, you say adverse effects, so an applicant being near a wetland, building something may not affect the wetlands, then it gets approved. If in turn turns around and will affect the wetland, you have to dig a little deeper into it then, and that's where I think the when you were just reading it, does it affect the wetland by like a week, or does it affect the wetlands permanently? How much are you affecting the wetlands? If it's like it heals or it's mitigated,
And my
And
problem
that's
is,
where
how
you
do
have
we
to
know,
balance it.
when this proposal is being proposed, or the one that we already
Right.
proposed, the 30 units? Now we have 42 units for the
Right.
same property
Mhm.
parcel. How do we know that our concerns about the dissolved solids and the pollution into the water are not going to do all of these things? The applicant says they're not.
Okay.
I
because-
disagree.
We have
all the reports
engineers.
from Jim McManus.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
why
all the
we're-
reports.
Yeah.
And we run them, and it's up to you to decide if you believe it or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
and I,
Yes.
again, I would try to limit the discussion on that, just because the public hearing hasn't closed quite yet. You're still in the taking information phase, and I would say there was a train of thought that
See,
that
you
had me going
you
to
may
the
have more
lost in.
knowledgeable when it comes to that, and I'm not just on an application on certain areas that I do. I know you're more into, I rely heavily on town engineer and our engineer.
As do I.
And that's why you'll see me go to them like, hey, what do you, and that's why in certain applications, I'm like, hey, can I have clarification? What do you think of this sump pump? Never seen one before. Is it as, I'm thinking, is it as good as a vortex camera? Because that's all, and that's where I'm looking. So you may have, and this is why we vote and, on every application, you may be for an application, I may be against it based on my understanding of what's happening.
Right.
And that's why we have so many committee members and you don't just have to do, so that's how you're basing it to see how it affects the wetland based on this criteria. I think this criteria is set up because an application may be in front of you that you don't like because it's next to the wetlands or whatever, but it doesn't affect the wetlands. There's applications that I have on this committee, I mean, I've been on it 20-something years, that I approved that I absolutely hate, but I approve it because I take that, what I feel about the application out of it, and you have to look at this guideline. And do I have a reason on this guideline that I feel, and you gotta be.
And that's
objective.
something we each individually need to do.
That's why you have,
Right.
yes, yeah, so when the applicants are talking, they're talking to everybody on the committee, trying to educate you to their point of view, be it right or wrong, and that's why we have the experts who do this for a living. Again, we've had conversations with past applications where, the chemicals, I can't say the word solubles, come up and, they have their point of view, and sometimes they're in agreement and sometimes they're not. So again, and the applicant, depending on the application, is looking at it and saying, okay, you know what? They have a concern over this. We could address the concern by doing this. Don't feel I need it, but we could address it so their concerns are okay and we can not have the effect on the wetland. I don't know if that helps.
No,
I may be off.
This is very short, but that's also the point of discovery.
Right.
The point of the time of discovery is to accumulate all the information that we can have based on this criteria to make the best judgment call that we can based on the information that's provided.
Right.
If we feel that information is omitted, we can request it based, on good judgment. And then we have to take that information, use it to mitigate our risks and make the best decision we can. 'Cause you can also omit your decision if you feel like you're not in a position to make an educated decision. Like,
Right.
That's really all I've had for you guys.
Okay.
Unless you guys have any other comments or questions.
Nope.
I did see, I don't know if her question had been answered or not on Zoom. Paula Angelini briefly had her hand
Oh, I'm
raised.
sorry.
I don't know if she still has a question.
Sorry, if the monitor's not in front of me, I kind of lose track.
Yes, Mr. McCollum, I do.
Okay,
Yes, please.
Paul Antonini, Jacobs Lane. I am concerned about whether or not the soil has been thoroughly tested for all sorts of harmful substances. And I'd also like to mention that I was reading some documents in the planning and zoning records, public record, and I noticed that the applicant had quite a number of years that they were interacting with the planning town planner, who was Steve Palmer at the time, complaining about the dust that was coming from the company next door. And this went on for 16 years. So my question is, you have 16 years where they were saying that stone dust or whatever it was raining down on the property. I don't know how exactly it ended, but we are now at a point where they are trying to build a building that residents are going to be living in and walking on the property and children playing on the property. So where does the board come from in making sure that that soil is absolutely safe of harmful substances? And has it been done? I heard you mention a soil expert. Was that coming from the applicant side or the town side?
that's Mr. McManus, and I believe he's representing the applicant.
Okay, does the town do the same thing? To make
Request.
soil, you're gonna go by what the applicant's expert is saying? Does the town ever bring in a soil person because of the fact that, like I said, the applicant had complained for 16 years? That's a long time, and
Right.
suddenly decides to build a building. So that's what I want you to be aware of, and that's really where I have most of my questions.
Understood. I'll of course give the applicant a shot to answer. For my understanding, the applicant's soils report were to indicate whether or not wetland soils were present. I don't know if there was any testing that was done for anything that relates to the dust. The commission did not request peer review for this application, so the staff that the commission has to review this would be myself and James DeMayo, our engineer.
Would you have to be specifically looking for that particular substance to come upon it?
I'll defer to the applicant to answer that question.
Okay,
Any clarification for the question?
Sounds like the concern is there was problems with dust next door that was.
Well, I can talk about that.
That's what it sounds like, not a wetlands question, but.
Yeah,
But
so
that's
there's a long history about issue with dust from the operation next door. and the project was approved with dust control measures that weren't in place and weren't enforced. However, last year, the applicant met with the owner of the property next door and they installed a sprinkler system that's operational on time, day and, time every so often. The sprinklers go off, and ever since that was installed, there hasn't been a complaint by the applicant. So when you do things that you're supposed to do, there's a reason why they had requested it, especially for an operation like that. It proved that, yeah, it did work and it was functional.
Been drenched by.
Mr. Chairman, may I reply?
Yes, please. To the commission, not to the.
I think they misinterpreted my question. I'm not talking about the solution that they came up with. I'm very aware of that they wet down the materials and all of that. What I'm talking about is 16 years of harmful substances possibly being rained down on this property and how far that substance is possibly embedded into the dirt. And if the board is concerned about that or should be concerned as far as safety for residents to live on that property. And that's my question.
I think the question is she's concerned that the contaminants from that are being blown over, if they're hazardous, and if your soil scientist found any hazardous.
As far as I know, it's
rock.
earthen materials,
Yeah.
rock, it's dust from that. It's not
Yeah.
toxic material. So,
Well, it could be harmful, I would imagine, to breathe stone
Well-
dust. However,
well,
our purview is the wetlands, so the question would be,
right, well, that's different. If you're breathing in dust, that's why they have the sprinkler system and that's important.
wait,
But that's different from the dust being toxic and contaminating the soil on our
so
side.
that would be a question more for planning and zoning then, rather than in the wetlands, as to whether there's an issue with the soil quality and health and safety for residents potentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it wouldn't be just this property. I mean, there's houses surrounding this,
Correct.
that site, and it should
Yeah.
be an issue for
What
all.
it is, there's gravel bins right against the wall, and they've since added the sprinklers. Full disclosure, I've been soaked by them, so I know they work.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other
Thank you.
questions from the commission for me?
Nope. Is there, I just want to check on Zoom because I always miss. Is there anyone wishes to speak towards this application?
I'm not
Okay.
seeing anyone at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Commission members, any questions, comments, concerns we should add? Okay.
Yeah, this might be kind of a late question, but
No, please.
this is mixed zoning, Dave?
I'm sorry?
Zoning here is mixed.
No. No, it's residential.
Residential.
So where is the commission with this
So-
public hearing?
And are we in unison in that we close this public hearing, or do you feel you need more information and need to extend it? So I'll just go by thing, Pat, do you
Yeah.
feel that you have enough information or you need to close? Or okay,
Yeah,
close.
I don't have any questions.
Greg,
The amount for each.
I have enough information.
I don't know if I get a vote.
No. So just to be clear, we're not
We're not voting.
We're not
just
voting,
building.
we're just
I didn't
getting.
even know if I gotta say
No,
on
no,
that.
no.
I have enough information.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nico,
I don't know if we have enough information.
okay,
When would we have requested a peer review study?
A peer review would have been requested when you accepted the application.
Right away,
Mhm.
before we knew anything about the project.
So this is why the synopsis that you're given is important. Again, it's not like the commission was seeing this with fresh eyes. This is a modification of a previous approval. The commission has already seen this application once before, last year.
point of clarification, I don't think all commission members have.
I'm sorry,
Not
didn't
all
see the
commissions,
board.
not all
New on board.
members, there are a lot of new members. on
when
board.
were you,
The three, I think three have and the three,
no, but
Four have.
not here or there, I just want to make
No,
sure.
I think it's important to know when were you guys sworn in as commissioners?
Wasn't it December?
It was, yeah, it was December, November or December.
Well, November
No,
was the
November was the
election.
election.
It would have been not this past December, the December
21.
before. what's,
I don't know when the
It
application
was
was.
either December of 21 or is that when, I mean, I
Yeah,
have to go back and look at my calendar.
I think that's when that was, and then this application was approved May of 2022.
Okay,
Okay, so they were,
So the three of you would have been seated
Okay.
for
oh,
that.
it applies.
I guess it does.
And
So,
then the interim, the requirement for the stormwater system became much more stringent, so
Yes.
so
Yep.
if there's any difference, it's more stringent management of stormwater.
right,
Okay.
so, what would your comments be with respect to needing more information?
Oh, to have a peer reviewed wetlands study done to, you know, concurrently with Jim McManus, maybe a third party, you know.
Is
what
there,
that gives a more detailed picture of the
Just for understanding.
insect
the-
animal
the-
species in wetlands.
The review,
We didn't do that.
is that the same type of review Jim McManus does, or is that more contaminant review? Because I know we've asked once before.
And an environmental study would be my next question about why we didn't ask for that.
okay.
If we have these concerns about pollution.
Yeah, so a function and values assessment is meant to capture everything. It's meant to be the be all say all wetlands report for what's going on in the property. That's what you have requested, or that's the recommendation I made to the commission to request, and that's what Mr. McManus provided to you guys. A peer review would be an expert that would be, you know,
Same type of
that
review,
would
yeah.
serve you guys, that would conduct, that would review the information that Mr. McManus provided, conduct their own site visit of the property and produce their own report that either agrees with the findings that Mr. McManus had, you know, gives some different findings, gives recommendations like Mr. McManus has at the end of his report. It's exactly what it sounds to be. It's a peer review.
Yep.
I guess I just didn't know that we should have asked for that, which I
Past
feel we
reviews,
should.
Cynthia, or whatever.
That's correct with the Northwest
Yeah, yeah.
Conservation District.
Yes.
I mean, you can always ask if the commission thinks that a peer review is necessary. So if,
I don't even know what to ask for yet. I'm learning all this on like a freight train of you know, school, so
understood.
in official capacity. So I'm kind of looking, I'm still figuring.
I
out.
think you have to ask yourself if you're comfortable with Jim McManus's review based on your site review or the information that you receive.
As a sole review of what, 8-page review, where half of it's pictures.
No, and that's exactly it. You have,
He wrote one paragraph.
What's-
basically.
What's,
General site description. The site is located north of the intersection of Whitney Road and Elgin Avenue. 1.5 acre site is comprised of an existing building maintained along landscape areas, paved parking areas and drives, scattered trees and shrubs, forested wet types, maintained, forested and wet maintained wetland areas, which includes a perennial water course. Do you guys mind that I'm reading this?
no, good.
The soil types, only something long. The soil types were found to be disturbed throughout the site. However, undisturbed soils were noted within a portion of the regulated wetlands. The undisturbed soils are derived from alluvial, i.e. stratified sand and silt deposits. The disturbed upland soils were mapped as the Dorfans Urban Land Complex 306 on the maps mapping. We've talked about this. The undisturbed wetland soils were identified as very fully drained Saco 108 soil series, while any undisturbed wetland soils were mapped as the Aquins 308. Any disturbed wetland
Right.
soils were mapped as the Aquins 308W. Okay.
and then there's
I
also,
had some questions about that
And that's-
earlier on.
So
Wait,
so there's that
I thought you were gonna-
description.
the regulated resource areas associated with the site consist of a perennial water course, namely Simpog Brook, and its associated mix of, I'm sorry to read this again, we've got it 1,000 times. And wet maintained along wetland areas located along the eastern portion of the overall site. It is worth noting that the majority of the wetland line is located within disturbed maintained lawn. Typical vegetation observed within the regulated wetland includes such species as red maple, multiflora rose, sedges, common reed, rushes, and grasses, to name a few. Soils, maps.
So
That's just the basic wetland delineation report.
Right,
I
the-
think David, you have the supplemental.
Yeah, I have the
functionality.
report dated
Yeah.
February 25th, 2023, and there's 2 pages that further
That's why I
goes
read it.
into the description of the regulated resource area.
Can you point me to that? 'Cause I'm on that. Oh, yeah, I'm on that.
And then it goes into the soils on the next page in the next section. And then after the functions and values assessment report, which which is that table that I referred to as you went through the criteria. There's another section that describes the proposed activities, direct wetland and indirect wetland impacts. And then it goes into potential impacts to wetland hydrology and water quality. And then it gives a conclusion, and then it gives the photographs with the aerial view from Bethel GIS, the National Wetlands Inventory, photos of the site, which Nico alluded to, the on-site soil investigation report, which is what you guys receive. That's a standard report that comes to you when a wetland scientist delineates a property. It's not meant to be as thorough as the report that precedes it. And then after the investigation report, there's a soils map, which is taken from NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Services, and it's a table and legend for unit maps. And just references and disclaimers.
So Nico, during the whole process of the application, you basically have to say to yourself, and what I do is, am I getting enough information, the information that I need to make a educated decision? And if it's like, no, then what else do I need? And I'll request it. If the answer is yes, then you can make a decision either way. Or if it's, I'm getting the information, but I'm not 100% confident in that information. And David could correct me if I'm wrong. You could ask for a third party for any of the information we're getting.
I guess personally, I'm
Yeah.
both, I
Okay.
check both of those boxes. I
Okay.
feel like, and which we may disagree, like you may feel like you have. enough
No, and that's
information, I
fine.
may
That's
feel like,
why
no,
you
I
got
don't.
multiple members on
So
the
I don't
board.
feel like I have enough information on specific
Okay.
plant and animal species in place. in
Okay.
wetlands. It's just a, oh, yes, oh,
Okay.
no, it's a Y or an N.
Yep,
not a Y
and
or a
that's
Y.
also, just so you know, that's also why
Yeah.
he comes here.
Yeah.
So when you review that, if you have questions, you can ask him, face to face point, whatever it is, when, and then that may answer some of your questions at the same time, or you get another party involved, but understanding you feel. So let me ask you, do you feel you would prefer having I'm sorry, a third party peer review of this, or you feel having Mr. McManus back here to talk to this report is enough information for you?
I think I would need a third party peer review personally,
Okay.
but I don't also want to extend this public hearing.
No,
beyond, like,
and
the
that's-
parameters of what it should be.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
I think you can help with this. If we were to get a third-party peer review of this, if that was feasible and
I could just
agreeable,
help, I feel.
would it look, I understand the content might differ, but would it look different from this with different information? Right, so Nico, you might, so if I'm understanding you correctly then, Dave, this chart which you just referenced where you said you don't feel like this is enough
That's all
information,
we'd get.
are you saying that we would get,
We wouldn't get specific.
you might
plant,
get
animal
different letters.
species,
Well-
insect species,
They may
So-
find
species,
something different.
Let me
bird species.
let me clarify this. If the peer soil scientist, if it was her opinion that that this site had a principal, if this property had wildlife habitat as a principal function, she would cite that to you, and then she would substantiate why. There's a distinction to be made between a function being present
Mhm.
and a function being principal.
What does the principal qualification mean again?
So a principle would be where that obligate species threshold would come in, right? So if there was a species that was on the property, where if it was gone, the wetlands wouldn't function, that would be, for what I understand, that would be a principal function.
Perhaps if it was like a vernal breeding pond for something specific, that
Right.
would be a principal
Right.
function, because it doesn't exist. That's where that happens.
Right.
Yes.
That's correct.
solely, yeah.
And I believe, if I recall correctly, Mr. McManus went through this the last excuse me, during the last public hearing. And he described all of this, so that's why it was important to have asked those questions then, when he was there. To my knowledge, I don't think he's able to attend, or be here at the moment to answer those questions, unfortunately, otherwise you would be able to have it.
No, because I have his report right here.
Right,
Yeah.
okay,
I've read it numerous times.
okay.
So,
So that's it. I'll
Okay.
should defer.
no, so I got another question on top of that, just for clarification. If a peer review was requested tonight, timeline,
Well,
I just want to put it out there because I know the question's out there.
right, so you are working with time that the applicant is consenting to give you.
Right.
They've already consented to give you 28 days.
Right.
You have 37 days of extension time remaining, but that doesn't mean they're there for you to use.
Right.
You really should only use them if there's something that's been outstanding that for some reason you guys have brought up
But they are
before
there.
multiple times and still hasn't been addressed. At this stage in the game, I would say if it's something that you guys haven't brought up, it's a disservice to the applicant to keep bringing in new questions.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do.
But
Right,
how long would a peer review take? I don't think it's something that's done in 30 days.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Alright.
I would imagine that it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to have something for you for the next regular meeting,
Yeah.
but you're waiting another month for that.
I just want to make sure the information was out there.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Okay.
We have-
Nico, you're all set?
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not voting yet, so.
No, I know.
Are you- Any,
There's nothing additional I haven't asked for, nothing
Okay.
hasn't been provided yet, so at
okay,
this point, there's
Tonight.
all right,
there's
so
nothing
now,
else I can.
basically, we're gonna vote on, go ahead,
don't use the word vote.
we're gonna come to a consensus
Um,
on closing the public hearing. Just as a side note, once a public hearing is closed, we cannot consider any new information that's obtained. We only can consider the information that we have.
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that's clear. So I have to go, we're gonna try going in for future reference by committee member when we vote now, so it's on the record. So are you in favor of closing the public hearing tonight, Pat?
Yeah.
Yes. Greg?
Yes.
I am in favor as well. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in favor of closing the public hearing tonight, or would you feel more comfortable leaving it open?
Put me on the spot. Well,
No, it's
I'm gonna,
fine
I'm
either
gonna
way.
submit for the record this report that I found, artificial night lighting in protected lands from Natural Resource Report from the U.S. Department of the Interior National Park Service, dated May 2016. It has to do with site lighting. And
Okay.
do I need to read out of it the excerpts, or you want? Yeah,
May
I'll
I-
read it.
May I see the report?
Yes, I marked the sections there. Need to read address.
Okay,
Just another.
so you're submitting this for the record.
Yes.
And you said night lighting?
It has to do with intermittent
Okay,
lighting.
and they have the lighting.
Yeah,
do it,
I
they
know,
have the
it's been
lighting,
addressed.
No, I know.
And
Just
what-
discuss the-
But he answered that last
Okay.
time when he was here.
So what from, okay, so there's an excerpt, if I may read it, that you want to have put into the record, Nico?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay. It is,
This is just basic stuff. It may not pertain to this application or it may. It's just about artificial night lighting. I read this from the U.S. Department of the Interior. It's a natural resources report.
what's the date?
2016 May.
Thank you.
It just said basic stuff like life evolved with the predictability, daily, monthly, and seasonal patterns of light and dark, and these patterns underlie the natural rhythms of nearly all living organisms. Artificial night lighting has long been known to affect these patterns. Nocturnal species, which represent the majority of some major taxonomic groups, are obviously vulnerable, as are diurnal or crepuscular species whose behavioral niches can be distorted by lighting. Concern about adverse effects of lighting. Okay. Basic intro. Wetlands and rivers section. In some places, wetlands and lakes are the last refuges of a natural night on the landscape. The difficulty of developing wetlands often leaves them as the only remaining unlighted sites in urban and suburban regions. Many aquatic organisms depend on daily cycles of light and dark, and artificial lights disrupt critical behaviors in many species. It's cited. There's probably more sections. One second. Vehicles, vehicle recreation, vehicles commonly have 1,000 to 1,500 lumens of forward-facing light, and because this is concentrated in a fairly narrow cone, the light intensity can be very high, with low beam headlights exceeding 4,000 candela on axis. Candela is a unit measuring the brightness of a light emitted in a particular direction. For wildlife, along the axis of the headlight, the intensity of a directional headlight is equivalent to an unrestricted 100,000 lumen light source. Cited Schotel, 2004. This disruption can be an intermittent impact, or in some situations a chronic one. For example, vehicles on a beach will often park with headlights on. So my concern that I mentioned before was like a strobing intermittent effect to.
And I believe you brought it up to,
You did.
Jim McManus.
Yeah,
he
so
answered
so
the
this is just some
questions.
evidence that came across that we can refer to it.
okay,
Okay.
so Kevin, you're trailing on, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Chair, ordinarily something that comes in at the last minute is something that we want to review, but it sounds like what it is it's focused on the effect of light on species. And if that's what it's about, we don't have anything common other than if you recall, but I didn't give you a site when I did there. Under 22.841 in the Wetlands Act, that was when I discussed there was a balancing act where there was actually evidence that the species were literally being killed by vehicles that were traveling over the upland area. The Supreme Court said you can't regulate that. That's not the wetlands. And then what the Wetlands Act did is find sort of an in-between, which said that for the purposes of the section, wetlands and watercourses includes aquatic, plant, animal life, or habitats in wetlands or watercourses. But then it goes on in Part D and it says, but you shall not deny or condition an impact for regulated activity in an area outside of wetlands or watercourses on the basis of impact or effect on aquatic, plant, or animal life, unless such activity will likely impact or affect the physical characteristics of the wetlands or the watercourses. So we think we've addressed it with the way that we were screening, but in any event, that statute says that concern of the act could get changed in the future, and they could say things.
That's one
to protect that.
courtroom. That's the case. study you just read.
What I just read is the statute. It's actually the Wetlands Act. So there was a Supreme Court case that said you couldn't do anything with species. Didn't matter if in the uplands, that is. And then what the legislature did is kind of strike a balance and say species are wetlands, but if it's for activity that's not happening in the wetlands, then the only time you could deny or condition is if your activity is not only going to affect the species, but will physically change the wetlands itself. That's what, unless, and I'm quoting, unless such activity will likely impact or affect the physical characteristics of the wetlands or the watercourses. And
What do
since
you
we're not
what do
proposing
you
anything,
think they mean by physical characteristics?
filling, things like activities like that, where you were.
I would
directly-
posit that it might also mean that if it's going to be so disruptive to the wildlife, that they are going to either no longer, like beavers, if there's gonna be, if beavers are, I'm just pulling a species,
They
right?
would leave.
And they're gonna leave, and then that's gonna physically change the environment and have a physical impact on the structure of it.
That's how
then-
I interpret that, is the
Yeah,
physical
well-
makeup of the plant and animal species present.
No, because
form a
beavers
healthy
physically
ecological-
change the borders of a.
Oh, no, I interpret this very differently. I think a
Alright.
judge would
You're,
too.
you're both on the right,
That it would-
But
Physical
Dan,
changes.
yeah.
in
you're both
plant
on the
and
right
animal
course.
species.
Let me focus the question.
Okay.
Did anywhere in Mr. McManus's report, did he mention headlights
No.
being a concern as either a direct or an indirect impact?
No, I think you overlooked it.
No, we had
No,
a
no,
conversation
it was-
about
it
it.
was
We talked
brought up
about
in
how
conversation.
the lights was at one point to permeate.
We
was a
talked about the
conversation
dumpster,
on-
where the dumpster was, yeah.
Right.
With the headlights into the wetland.
Where the
and,
parking spaces are not
Yeah.
facing the wetlands. So
And lighting on
it's
buildings.
only
we
when
had that
somebody's
conversation,
pulling in
lighting
is
on
when you're
building.
gonna get headlights.
Yeah.
He went over the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, so general consensus is that we close the public hearing. Polling the members, so There's no motion needed, right? We just, okay.
You just stay for the record that the public hearing is closed.
Okay, so we are closing the public hearing. 17 Whitney Drive,
17 Whitney Road.
Whitney Road. Next step would be
So,
deliberation, not tonight.
well, you can either make a motion to entertain discussion on this later on in the meeting. Or you can just state for the record that the discussion for this would begin.
I would like to, and I'll poll the committee members. I personally would like to, I think it's gonna be in-depth conversation, have it next meeting,
Do you want a special meeting for it?
special meeting?
Because we can't wait that long, I think is the.
No, you have 35
Oh,
days to
okay.
render your decision. When you
Gotcha.
post the public hearing, you have 35 days. But
But that only gives us 5 days of buffer if we can't.
no, so your next regular meeting would be, oh, it's on my calendar here. Bear with me, April 24th. So you would be, all right. So if you wanted to make a decision within those customary 35 days, you would be limited to discussion. If you're just talking about doing this at regular hearings, you'd be doing it tonight. And you'd be doing it at your next meeting.
Okay.
That's without the applicant granting you extension time.
Okay.
If you, as a commission, think that it's warranted to have a special meeting just to discuss this application, it's, you guys have done that before in the
I'll
past.
leave it to the commission members. Do you want a special hearing or discuss it at the next hearing?
Do you know what's on the docket for the next meeting? Because if we have
Everything
11
that we don't
applications-
complete tonight.
Yeah.
At
Yeah, we
this
have a
point, I
pretty
think we need to
extensive
do a
listing.
special-
I would say that we get together anyways. I don't think it'd be hurtful. I would, because this has drawn a lot of attention to begin
All
with.
right,
I
so
think it'd
let's
be
schedule a
beneficial.
special meeting. Which date?
So,
It would need to
so,
be weekday.
so I would recommend that your, traditionally, well, I shouldn't say that way. In the past,
Historically.
thank you. Historically, you guys have had your special meetings halfway between your next,
Yeah.
the meeting tonight and your next regular meeting. So that would be, in this case, that would be April 10th.
Would we be able to have access to?
This meeting room?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just didn't know if there was other stuff planned during that time. frame.
Well, if there is.
You have to tell.
Kick 'em
out.
Yeah, if you
Kick
if you
'em
need
out.
to look at your phone for a calendar.
It's
you
I
want
look
to
at
Monday.
my phone for my calendar.
It's a Monday
Yeah,
after
just need to
Easter.
let people know.
Oh,
what
yeah,
you're doing.
same.
I have no idea.
But I think that works. You said April 10th.
April 10th.
Who knows?
And if there was a consensus that you were all available, I would advise one of you to make a motion that a special meeting would be held that night.
Okay, I
at
make a,
se-
I make a motion.
That is the day after Easter, by the way, for anybody with stuff going on with their families. It doesn't have to be Monday for me, but I
Kids
can.
are older, they all forgot about me. I'm good.
You guys can also do April 17th or April 3rd,
I'm good
whatever.
with April 10th. Sir,
Tenth?
you're good? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I make a motion. We have a special meeting on April 10th. On the agenda is discussion on 17 Whitney Road.
And other open items. We just say in any other open.
That's why I
items
put it
ordinance.
down on the agenda and possibly other open items.
I
Okay,
mean,
there you go. Perfect.
yeah.
A second.
Yeah,
And then the time and the place,
7 PM here,
meeting room D.
meeting room D.
Motion on the floor?
I second.
All those, do I have to go by everybody?
Yes.
Pat,
That's fine.
Greg?
For tonight, no, I really don't care.
Okay, I say yes. You said no.
I don't get a vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good question.
You didn't see any of the alternates.
Right, so I would, let's backtrack.
Okay,
I'm
so I gotta
sorry.
make a motion to see.
Well, no,
Pat.
there's, the
Okay.
motion's still on the floor. I would just make sure that's known for the record that, are you gonna seat Pat for this?
Yes,
Okay, so Pat is seated,
okay,
so you have Pat, Greg, yourself, Nico, and Kevin that can vote on this. So
Right.
you have, Pat is a,
yes,
I'm all good for the 10th.
and then Greg was no, you.
yes. Nico?
Yes.
Yes.
So 4-1.
So
motion
4 to
carries.
1, so you guys will have a special
Okay.
meeting on April 10th, 7:00 PM, meeting room D. Discuss this application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Happy Easter.
Thank you.
Everyone who
Do I have to
celebrates
make a
it.
motion to?
You as well.
She's,
No,
then you're in the seat.
I'm not seated.
No, she's not.
I'm seated, but I'm not seated.
All right. Okay, let's move on to Shelley Road. ROW replacement culvert channeling existing brook.
Okay, this is a placeholder. This is the application that James discussed with you guys at the last meeting.
Yep.
I just put it in there and I left it up because.
James, did you have any more information?
The only information that I have on Shelley Road is it's now looking, due to contractor availability, that nothing will happen until after the summer, most likely in the early fall.
Okay, thank you.
But aside from that, nothing else has changed.
Okay,
And then the reason why we left, one of the reasons why we left this open is I just got the fee waiver request approval from the first selectman today, because it's a municipal application, you guys don't get fees for this.
Okay.
The same would be true for your next application.
so let's do this one first. This one's, we don't have to make a motion, anything. It's already on the agenda for later tonight, so we're good.
That's correct. So you guys will discuss this later.
Good. 300 Whittlesey Drive, basically the same.
That's basically the same. That's correct. Except in the instance with 300 Whittlesey Drive, there is an email that I added to the record
Okay.
for a discussion between James and our newly hired tree warden to address the sycamore tree that is close to the stream bank there. What's that?
Mark it off and whatnot.
Right,
Yeah.
so we can discuss that later, but I figured we throw them, acknowledge that it was thrown to the record, so.
And there's
Later
no
on.
one on oh, James is there, sorry. James, besides that email, is there any additional information?
No additional information. No, sir.
All right. And that's on the agenda for later to discuss as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That will bring us to Benedict Road, 8, 9, 10. I'm sorry, Benedict Road, Millbrook Road.
Should I sit over there?
Yeah, so let's make sure we do this in order. I would unseat Pat for this
Okay,
application,
I unseat Pat and
and now Pat,
yes, you do.
What, you need
you're
yourself?
going
wanna
to state that
recuse
you're
yourself.
recusing
I'm
yourself.
refusing because I live right there.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So I can sit out
So
there?
I will sit Danielle for this.
Yeah, well, you don't have to seat her per se unless you.
She's sitting.
Until we vote.
Right.
I am
Might as well. There you go. You want
Are
a
you
cookie?
seated? I want a cookie.
I know, it's.
I really do. No, they're my cookies.
Okay,
Possession
just
is not
bear with me
inheritance.
guys while we transition here.
Thank you for waiting.
Yes.
No problem.
Can't always instantaneously
Anyone else like a cookie?
Quit giving away my cookies.
Okay.
Help yourself.
Not yet.
You can have mine. Members of the public or.
Yeah,
You just-
Yeah, no, that-
No, this is not on the budget.
Okay,
I think so. I am too, but you failed.
so these are the record documents here, guys, okay?
Thank you.
Very
Greg, do
good.
you want a cookie? Okay.
David, do we have a plan we can put on the screen or do you want to just do it
I'm
with the
working on
paper?
it as fast as I can. Attorney Wilson, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna start talking while you're doing that. so we can move along. So good evening to those of you who are left. My name is Peter Olson. I'm an attorney with an office here in Bethel at 275 Greenwood Avenue. My firm name is Land Use and Conservation Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of Steiner Inc., who's the applicant. They are kind of the property owner. We're in the process of doing some lot line revisions to make them the owner of the entire parcel. And we're still working our way through that. But by the time you make a decision, they will be the owner of the property. The property is 4 lots on Millbrook Road, 8, 9, 10, and 17 Millbrook. At the end, the map that we've got up here, which is the zone change map, shows you the extension of Millbrook Road, but this portion of it isn't built, as you saw when you were out there. And then the balance of the property
We'll have a number on Benedict Road that has not been assigned yet, so I've been calling it TBD Benedict Road. Generally, the building department assigns numbers, so we'll talk with them once we've got the lot in its final configuration. The application before you is for a permit to conduct regulated activities. We have a very small amount of work in the wetlands, and then we have the bulk of our project in the upland review area for your review. At your last meeting, you elected to proceed without a public hearing, and we do appreciate that. We don't think the activities are significant enough to warrant that. The proposal that we have is for a 22-unit condominium development. I say condominium, what I mean is a common interest community. They're single-family detached homes, and there's 22 of them proposed. You have conducted a site walk. I hope everybody's able to get out to the site walk, or if not, visit it at another time.
Not to interrupt, I was unable to attend the site walk. Is it okay if I walk the property at some point for my own?
Greg and Chris?
Yeah, that's fine, but would you mind scheduling with us?
No, I don't mind
Or are you there
scheduling,
to
just
walk-
that, yeah,
walk around?
make
Yeah,
this
no
one,
problem.
because
Yeah.
I'm just to familiarize myself.
I would advise if you do that, that you take photographs during your visit so that the commission can benefit from what you see.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
We have a public hearing scheduled with planning and zoning April 26th, which is after your next meeting. So
Well,
I keep hoping Jim McManus will pop on. His flight was supposed to land at 8 o'clock, and then he would join us, but apparently he's delayed. So we'll start with Doug, and maybe Doug can filibuster long enough to let Jim get on. Or maybe you don't have any questions for Jim. So, Doug DeVesta is our civil engineer, and I'd like him to take you through that.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening. My name is Doug DeVesta, professional engineer, represent the applicants. And what we have here, what Peter says, the zone map, just give you orientation to yourself. Got Stony Hill Road, Route 6, got Vale Road, and then you got Benedict Road going around here. The front portion of the property here is Steiner Inc. The corner property is RG Partnership LLC, which is that Little Angels, I think it is. Little Crystals on the corner back there. And what you see in the green is what we're proposing to develop. And as Peter mentioned, Millbrook Road is a paper road. It's not being constructed, and it's just a paper road there, and there's a lot coming off of that. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the overall subdivision parcel. So now this is our site development plan. What you see here is in the green, lighter green and hatch marks is the review area. So there's 3 pockets. There's one that goes from east to the west end here. There's a small little pocket here, and then there's a larger wetland piece in here, which handles the runoff from Millbrook Road and from Oldfield Road down here. It drains down to an outlet here, and then there's the detention basin, the berm. People walk the site know there's a berm that's right here that controls the runoff from Millbrook and Oldfield Road to a detention basin, and there's an outlet pipe here heads in a easterly direction. The upland review area we're looking at is the orange line here. That's your 100-foot upland review area. So the areas inside here is what we're disturbing, and we're requesting a permission to construct. So we're coming up Benedict Road. We have an entranceway, 24-foot wide paved driveway coming in to an access road that was going to serve the 22 houses that Peter discussed. We've got 2 areas that are in green. Those are going to be with pavers. That's for the fire marshal, looking to have a turnaround area for fire vehicles to come in, do a 3-point turn and go out into 2 hammerheads. What we're proposing on this site here is to drain everything with no catch basins on the site or conveyance pipes. So we're looking at is you have a high point approximately right here. Any water from to the south is going to drain sheet flow across to a swale between buildings 7, 8, and 9 that will drain to a bioretention area. There's also a swale between 13 and 14 that will take the remaining water, sheet flow it down into a bioretention area. The bioretention area has been designed to handle the first inch runoff for the water quality volume. And then once that water gets into it, it's going to be able to soak down into the ground. We've got a collection system above, a retaining system, which is a concrete structure, hollow structure that will detain the runoff. Anything below, then we have a control outlet that will control the runoff for a 2, 10, 25, 50, and 100 year design storm. So once the water enters the detention system, then we metered out through a control outlet down to a flat top catch basin to a preformed scour hole, which reduces the velocity down, and a riprap channel down towards the wetlands area and then out the site that way. So in terms of hydrology, we're not having anything, any water on this side here is not being touched. So whatever's happening over here is continuing happening in that area. What's happening over here, we're detaining the water, controlling it, and bringing the water out. In terms of the sewer, we've got sewer on the site. There's a sewer line that runs down the Paper Road, Millbrook Road to a manhole that heads down basically through this wetlands area to another manhole and then out towards Stony Hill. We're asking permission to come in and connect our sanitary sewer at manhole number 2, existing manhole number 2, disturbing about 40 square feet of wetlands area, and then bringing our sewer line into a manhole and then collecting everything on our site and then tying back into the sanitary sewer. The site will be served by water off of Benedict. We've got a water line that comes in off of Benedict and then bring water in both directions with a fire hydrant per the fire marshal's request there. In terms of erosion control, we're looking at providing silt fence along the edge of the wetlands area and along the existing stone wall that flanks unit number 6. And then we've got the little grading going on the property next door, which our client owns. They'll grant themselves an easement for that grading purposes there and providing some soil erosion control along Benedict Road and so forth. We are proposing, I've got my erosion control plan behind here. Easier to see. See what's going on here. And the wetlands are highlighted in green, the 3 different pockets there. The red line is your upland review area. The orange line is basically where the silt fence will be provided. So anything down gradient and along the wetlands line will be silt fence. We're providing, once the yard drains are installed in the bioretention area, will have to be wrapped with silt fence with filter fabric and hay bales placed around them. We're providing a stockpile area and then also providing concrete washout and also dewatering areas in different locations throughout the site in the event that we do hit some water while we're doing construction out there. I think that's really the general portion of everything. Peter, anything else we think we should?
I thought we should go through the review letters.
Okay.
So we received review letters from James DeMayo and David McCollum at the end of last week. We haven't adjusted our plans to reflect those yet. There's too much to get done before tonight. But we did want to kind of go through the highlights of them with you. There's no comments there that we had any real issue with.
So looking at David's comments here, dated March, staff report dated March 23rd, it should be 2023, not 22. Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, no problem. Just want to make sure.
Thank you for keeping me honest.
Well, the date's wrong, so we don't have to do anything else that's on there.
Okay, wait. That was last year's note, so.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the first question Dave asked about was the providing a cut and fill analysis of the area. We did one for the whole site. Then Dave asked me to provide a cut and fill area through the upland view area, which we did. We've got approximately 3,000 yards of fill material and then about 1,300 yards of cut materials within that area itself. He asked about the limits of the manicured lawn. We're proposing the manicured lawn would be looking at, this is Abigail's, the landscape architect. Pretty much the landscape, the manicured lawn area will be what's shown in green here, and which is really the limits of disturbance, which we do show on our plan. Limits of disturbance is our little clouded area going around the property. So that's going to be our limits of disturbance as well as the manicured lawn area. Number 3. I'm not really sure what you're asking for on number 3 there, David.
It's not
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 really a
an
question.
ask, it's more of an observation.
Okay, so
I
I said, so noted, so that's how I answered that one, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood what your question was, that was all. Number 4, Dave asked about outdoor lighting. The buildings will not have floodlights on them. They will have down lighting at the porches or the decking areas around the located ones on the south side of the buildings here. We have a little community area there that will not be lit up. So that is going to be just a natural area, no lights on that. Okay, that's number 5 there. 4 and 5 answer that one. Number 6. They're asking about planting. So should they going to be native species? Native species will be planted along the wetlands area through this area in here. Native and non-natives will be more in the wetland, in the ground, in the bioretention area, and then also on the perimeter portion of the site itself. Number 7 is asked for a timeline. We'll work up a timeline in regards to the time of year when we can do the construction, especially along the areas of the wetlands in the wetlands areas.
We do have a concern with excluding the 2 months that are listed in this comment, because those 2 months happen to fall exactly when we need to do the work that we need to do for foundations and things like that.
What 2 months are they?
So the suggestion is that construction be limited to June 23 to March 24, and then stop in the upland review area June 20 and start again June 24 to December 24. So April and May. And the problem is that's when we start to roll the trucks out, pour the foundations, and work on the roads and things like that. That excluding those 2 months and telling us we just can't work in the upland review area is problematic.
Dave, what's the reasoning behind that?
What's the thought process for that? That's when
That's when
when-
all the froggies are having.
That's when creatures are also their most active.
Yes.
Is my thought process with that. You're trying to limit your activities to periods of low flow, I believe is how the reference material that I've come across cites it. Your dry season, your best season to do work really is from June onwards. That's why I make that recommendation like I do. If the commission doesn't think that the timing is a concern, then that's at your discretion. But
We can monitor the conditions on site and oversee to make sure we're not affecting frogs, but if we have to do it, we have to do it. Otherwise, we shut down for 2 months. So.
Could you repeat from I'm sorry, because I wasn't, I apologize. Immediately before Dave spoke, you said your reason for objecting to that.
Stoppage.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. God, it's getting late already. Was,
So let me have Chris provide additional detail that I didn't provide the first time around. Chris Steiner of the applicant Steiner Inc.
thank you.
Good evening, Chris Steiner with offices at 2 Parkland Drive, Bethel, Connecticut. We are the contractors that would be doing all this work. On this, we do our own construction, land work, and whatnot. And your red line here is your 100-foot jurisdiction. And to limit, when you're kind of initially starting, you're going to be putting your drains in, you're getting your grades up. You kind of want to make sure all the drains are in, your underground work is done beforehand, and then we don't know exactly what timing when we're going to get approved or whatnot, so to all of a sudden limit it within the regulated area where a lot of the, some of the, the road work's going and the drain work, we don't really know exactly what our timing is. I could say is that, obviously we're going to want to get a lot of this drainage done here and stabilize all this area and the slopes around the surrounding wetlands. But to have a limit of no disturbance within the regulated area for 2 months, it's going to be pretty tough. You really, does that limit you for not pouring foundations? What is it gonna be requiring. It's like, yeah, your land work's gonna be done. All the sites gonna be up to grade, but then this isn't within your jurisdiction, so we can't pour concrete in there or dig footings.
May I make a point
That's,
of clarification, Mr. Stein?
Yes.
I understand we're focusing on the activities from the upland review area. The commission should also consider the activities from the wetlands too. I understand that those activities aren't shown on the site plans, and I believe that's a comment that Mr. DeVesta was going to get to at some point. The maintenance work off of Millbrook Road.
Well, we'll get to, we'll
We'll
get
get
to
to
that, but I think the way it's described in the comments isn't accurate as to what we're actually proposing, so.
Can I ask, when are you guys trying to break ground, like this year?
I would hope
Oh,
so.
yeah.
It really depends on when approvals are. So I would assume after we get approvals, we will be starting
So
soon.
I mean, yeah, but isn't a month, sorry, 65 days, we're the end of March, we're April, May, you're probably not gonna be able
Looking
to.
at next year.
Well,
Talking about next year.
Next year. you're
We're talking next year.
June, stopping from March 22, 24 to June 24.
Yeah, but all that stuff you need to do, isn't it gonna be done by then?
I would hope so.
If you start June of this year,
I would say
or, I don't know.
That would be nice.
it would be really nice to start in June, but I'm always looking at, we got 2 other commissions we're doing in that,
Right.
and kind of, Dave, I understand, yeah, we could talk to you and schedule with you for connections on this, but if we're talking regulated area, we have, what are you gonna define as work within the regulated area? It's anything, it's paving, it's planting, it's really considers everything. So it's usually when we go in, we're gonna wanna put all the underground in, we're gonna wanna put this basin in, so then we could start tying everything in. So yeah, that really is the first thing that's gonna be going on, and I'm hoping that that will be done throughout the summer. So all this, our objective is getting all this stabilized, so we don't have any issues going in, then we could start all the foundations and putting all the water into the correct area. So I would assume everything's gonna be done, but if we're pouring foundations here, we might be pouring foundations here in spring of next year. This is within your regulated area. So that would be an issue, because usually when you start pouring foundations, you're pouring kind of when the frost breaks free, March, April, May. So then at least you could work right through, so you get the houses in, and you really want the houses on the market in the summertime to sell them for the school year or for that year.
your site work, first site work is basically getting it all to dirt, correct?
Yeah,
Right.
usually.
Like Fred, the site, what I'm getting at, it's tall grass right there.
Correct.
By that point, it's gonna be basically dirt.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Right.
strict. All the
So-
topsoil's gonna be strict.
I don't know how high frogs jump, but the
Depends on the
sediment, well, the sediment thing, I'm trying to remember, what are they, like 2 feet high was the berry?
Yeah.
They're about
About
2
2
feet
feet,
high.
yeah.
So someone walking along that barrier each morning before you do work would be able to see any critter in that section. You won't have tall grass you're walking through. It'll be basically dirt, like visible. You'll see whatever is there.
Yeah. And
Okay.
then stabilize afterwards.
And I mean, if you're talking about wetland obligate species, many of them are nocturnal.
Okay,
So they've already done what they're gonna do.
I'm just thinking of
Well,
any
American
areas,
toads
yeah.
that are in this area are almost impossible to see.
to your point, having someone monitoring high
I
grass,
think
no,
that
but
for the
the
2
condition
months
won't be that
that
way.
we're concerned about, we think it's better to let us proceed and get it closed up.
Mhm.
Right, rather than leave an open construction site, and we can work with monitoring and supervision to make sure those species are protected during that time period.
and it sounds like there's something else going on that you alluded to in Millbrook that.
There's nothing going on in Millbrook, we'll get to that though.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I don't solve for it right now. There's something more information is coming.
Yeah, is this something that we could touch base on again while we're having the discussion? Because I would
Oh,
also
yeah,
like that- I
absolutely.
would also like to say where the information that's decided that timeframe,
Right.
because I don't
I was
disagree with
curious
it
about that.
whatsoever, but I also know that timeframes for a lot of
What
species
species?
like that I hunt are different. So you're talking like a lot of them are breeding in the fall, a lot of them are breeding in
But
the
the
spring.
amphibians that are
So-
gonna be in the wetlands are all gonna be.
In these ones.
Yeah, that's why I'm just not knowledgeable about. That's why I wanna I would like
Yeah.
to see that
No,
stuff,
I
so I
have
can
to
learn
know.
that.
Yeah, it's not something that's.
No, no,
decided
I- I
by
like-
now.
Why
I'd
don't we
like to learn
study
that.
this wetland and see what
Right.
species live there, if that's possible, and then see when they're active and when they're not.
I mean, you have to remember that this wetlands here, this long finger wetlands here, I'm not a soil scientist, Jim, our soil scientist is not here tonight, but you know, you were out there, this wetlands is not a pristine wetlands. It's already got a sewer line going right through the middle of it. The more pristine wetlands would be more like in this area in here, where you have maybe more standing water. So I think this is the area that really needs to be protected, which we're well away from that area. This area in here is not, in my mind, not being a soil scientist, but in my mind, this is not a crucial wetlands as you would expect something in this wooded wetlands in here. So I think try to protect this wetlands, yes, silt fence like that, but to monitor, not to have construction to this whole area. I think that, you know, having them shut down for 2 months, especially got a house like this, got a little bit in the upland view area, you know, most of it's out of the wetlands. So you can't stop building that house there. So I guess that's really our point there. So I think when Jim was here, he'd be able to explain more about these wetlands and how crucial they really are and things like that. So.
Or how not crucial they really are.
Correct, right.
Done.
It also begs the question of whether, if we're concerned about like the travel of some of these animal species, like is the silt, you know, the silt fence like gonna get in their way, but.
And
That's
again,
right.
this is something we're gonna get more into
Yeah.
as we get more information, because
Yeah.
it's coming, but just to add to that, I've been on construction sites where literally like every 2 hours, someone's walking the perimeter to see if there's, I mean, we're doing it for the well that's being put in by the police station every morning before they do any work. They have to walk the whole site
Is that
looking
going on
for, I don't know, I just know they have to walk looking for any animals that they have to pick up and move outside the thing. So it's not unheard of to, again, you have to weigh it with, you know, benefits, non-benefits, and see from there.
So I think we beat that one to death. So
Not yet.
so number 8, Dave asking that we have a pre-construction meeting. So after we putting a note on the plan to have a pre-construction meeting with staff and with the contractor. I'll probably be there as well, just to make sure everybody's understand what goes on, how the construction sequence is going to take place. So Dave is asking about the timing of the proposed plantings in place with respect to seasonal conditions, and that's so noted, just a statement more than anything else that he's asking there.
Number 11.
Right. Okay, so number 11 gets back to the Millbrook. As we discussed last time, there is a the drainage from Millbrook and from Oldfield come down to a point in here. The area has been silted in and hasn't been maintained. I think that you had a pre-application meeting, and I think that some neighbors came and said there was some backup going on the property relative to that point there. Our clients agreed to come in here and just maintenance of the area, just take out the silt that's accumulated there, and that's it. So we're not proposing any work in there other than just go in there and maintain and pull out sediment there, so the water could flow freely down into the detention area versus backing up into the area there. So again, we're not looking to do any work, just strictly maintenance in that area.
Did you get a chance to take a look at
I have not, but I will, I'm trying this weekend.
Are you going up there this weekend?
Possibly.
Good.
I'll let you know.
Yeah. text me.
I may not be able to,
No, if you are, I'm around this
Yep,
weekend. that's
okay.
fine.
So we'll provide the next question was asking about separate monitoring ports and stormwater management and the maintenance work of Millbrook Road outlets. Again, we're just doing some minor maintenance, half a day at that much, get material in there, get it out of there. But we'll provide a maintenance schedule for our bioretention area and the swales that convey the water from the road into a bioretention area. And then if there's any invasive species, they will be removed within the areas of the upland review areas. And when we're going to handle those areas, number. So we're going to provide for snow removal, we're looking at piling the snow down by unit number 18, 17, and then between 4 and 5, well away from and outside the upland review area. And any kind of treatment we will use on the surface here will be pet friendly and environmental sensitive material. Sand or whatever else we have to use to make sure this area is safe from the residents in the area. Tree removal, really, most of the area, if you're on the site, most of the area is open meadow area, except for around buildings 5 and 6. So there's an existing stone wall. Trees will be removed around building number 6 there up to the stone wall. Anything beyond that will not be retouched. So the area within around building number 6 will be removed of trees. And then any material on that site will be taken off, either byproducts from the wood, chips, whatever, we remove off site and not placed on site itself. Okay, so we're talking about I skipped one over, so time number 16. We're talking about the work that's being done in the wetlands area, which is this little orange piece from the manhole here to the edge of the wetlands right there. Will provide silt fence around that area to dig the trench to put the sewer line in there. So that's the 40-45 square feet of area that we're disturbing on the actual wetlands area, just to connect into the sanitary sewer. So that pretty much addresses David's comments.
I have to go through James's because you're going to prepare revised plans.
Right. So David's questions, James's questions were just some more detailed information, just, checking calculations, elevations, things like that. So we'll provide updated plans, which we'll take some of the comments that David's got on his and James's and put them on new plans, and we'll get those ready for the next meeting there. There's anything else, I'd be glad to answer them.
Could you describe the nature of the bioretention area?
Sure. What it is you're going to have a depressed area, and then below that will be the storm, the actual detention. So everything's going to be sheet flowing. The roof areas, again, the houses have no gutters, so everything's just going to be draining off to a gravel area around the houses. So it's going to get the infiltration into the ground. Anything that doesn't infiltrate in the ground will sheet flow, especially in the houses south and east of the road, will sheet flow into the bioretention area. The bioretention area has been designed to handle the first inch of runoff from the impervious areas. So we looked at the whole site, but not all the site's going to get there, but that area will detain the water. There'll be a wetlands kind of mix in there, which is a more permeable soils to allow the water to infiltrate into the ground. Below that, there'll be a collection system consisting of 4-inch pipe, perforated pipe, and then that will be drained down into the retained system, which is a hollow concrete structure. The retained system will be wrapped in poly because we're down deep and now potentially in some groundwater and poorly drained soils in terms of hard pan, things like that. Then that'll be metered out through a control outlet, and then out in towards the wetlands area. So again, it's going to be planted up. Abigail has provided some plantings in there. There'll be a grass bottom to it, and then we'll have plantings around it to make a nice aesthetic area within the central portion of the site itself. Right. Yeah. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a detention system that controls the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storms. So there's no increase in runoff from the site at all.
It honestly sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a souped up septic system, essentially, is what it is, but you're allowing it to, first of all, I appreciate the fact that you're letting the ground do the infiltration around the homes and allowing it to not have to sheet flow a heavy amount of volume into the detention center, but you're gonna just allow groundwater to be soaked in as much as possible, and only the excess upflow is going to be piped out.
Right, or off the lawn areas and things like that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Like, so 100% of the water that's basically hitting your detention systems eventually going through that pipe out, correct?
Correct.
Because you got it,
You're right.
you basically making a pool and filling it in.
It's think of it a surface detention system,
Yep.
but this is a subsurface detention system.
Okay.
So it's all underground. You're not going to see, all you're going to see is a depressed area,
Right,
about 2 feet deep, 2.5 feet deep.
right.
That's going to have water for a short period of time, infiltrates in the ground. Most time it'll be dry.
Yep.
And then it goes into the bioretention area. That's where the actual detention is occurring and then being metered out.
100-year storm, worst storm. is that a safety hazard for children or anything like that? It's not deep enough really
No.
to,
Plus, we've got overflows in there.
okay,
So again, we talked about this one. So we've got the infiltration pipes underneath there to
Okay.
collect this water as it infiltrates down into it. But
right,
we also have 3 yard drains in there.
okay,
That's gonna allow, that takes the excess water, gets,
Right
drains
there.
that into it and drains
Okay.
it right into that. Because you're really looking at the first inch of runoff for your collecting, because that's the dirtiest water.
right,
That's your first inch of runoff.
right,
Anything after that is fairly clean. So that's going to handle that kind of water there.
So the first inch of runoff and whatever else is gonna enter that detention area. And it's called a biodetention area?
Bioretention area on top and a subsurface detention system below it.
So can you clarify for me why it's called a bioretention area?
Because the biological process is taking and cleaning the water up.
What is doing that? What's
The
facilitating?
plants and the soils itself. Just going back to what he was saying about
Yeah.
the septic system. The septic system is treated, the ground, the effluent is treated through the ground, to the soils. And that's what the bioretention area is doing. It's gonna have a soil mixture that can be porous enough and treat the water. It's a couple feet, like 3.5 feet, 3 feet of soils above that subsurface detention system that will treat that water.
I thought there were basements in these,
There are.
and you have no gutters, the water's all hitting the foundation.
Yes.
That's a good question.
So what's to stop the water from going into the basements?
We have footing drains around the houses.
Next question, where's the footing drains coming out?
Footing drains are coming out down here and back into here.
Okay.
And that's all groundwater.
right,
At that
that's-
point, it's all
that's
groundwater.
Clean water.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know how I didn't think about that. That was a very good question.
So the gravel in between the houses, is that what's in between the houses? So you said that is it all gravel?
Filter grass.
Yeah,
soils.
yeah, like a river rock, you know, a decorative river rock. You've been out west, you know, so Colorado area, Denver area, a lot of houses have that out there. They don't really have a lot of grass and something. They use a lot of river rock and things like that. It's decorative. It's a decorative material on both sides of the houses, off the gutters, off the eaves of the house. And plus we put the eaves will be a little longer, so the water does not splash on the house itself. So it's gonna be a little higher, a little longer eaves, so water does get out into the gravel itself.
So that sounds like mechanical filtration to me, not biological filtration, because there's nothing in that soil detention area that's gonna biologically be filtering any of the, I don't know, suspended solids or anything else out of that water.
Sure. Well, suspended solids can go to can get trapped in the soil itself.
That's a mechanical filter. A biological filter would be the wetlands itself, where
Well,
you're gonna
they-
have bacteria and other species
Well,
in there
they-
that are gonna be breaking
Well,
things
they
down.
call the state calls it a bioretention area, but you know, mechanical, biological.
They're trying.
Well, it does
they're
matter.
trying
It's
to
a
get-
very different
They're trying
process.
to
Can
get that
I-
to simulate an artificial, they're trying to get that artificial bioretention to, right, to simulate a wetland, essentially. and
But you
what it's
can't do
filtering.
that because a biological filter requires species, living things. That's why it's called a biological filter, because it involves biological processes. A mechanical filter is like a strainer for your macaroni, which is with that soil and with
Good.
rocks and other, that's physically
If they can
separating.
do a good job building it and installing. the right-
Can I-
I think that discussion for the state of Connecticut.
No, no,
Yeah.
Can I
get the.
Can I hop in on this discussion, not to interrupt your dialogue with Mr. DeVesta? It is bioretention because if you look at the sheet that I have up on the screen, there are plantings proposed along the edge.
Yeah,
I think the commission should have a discussion perhaps with the applicant's landscape architects and go in depth as to how the plants that she's chosen for that bioretention feature perform that function.
right. 'Cause I don't-
We'll have the opportunity to do that.
Great.
So
Good evening, David. This is Jim McManus. Can anybody hear?
Yep.
yes,
We
we
hear you,
can,
Jim.
Mr. McManus, thank you for
Welcome.
joining us.
Can I just make one comment?
Please.
Yeah,
Please.
absolutely, please do.
Uh, You were right, the commission, I don't remember, I just kind of got myself organized here. Upland soils have just as much bacteria as, actually more bacteria, or more active bacteria than wetland soils. So there is a lot of, I could go outside the town hall right now and go out to the front green and take a coffee cup
full of soil and there's more live things in that cup of soil than all the people who's ever lived on the face of the earth. Now, most of it you're not going to be able to see because it's bacteria, it's fungi, it's all kinds of different things. So you have plants, you have active bacteria and other things in soil, upland or wetland. And then you have, if the water is sitting on the surface for a while, I don't know if Doug can answer that, but in the old school detention ponds, the sun will break down the hydrocarbons from the oils and such from the cars. So there's a lot of things going on in the soil all around us, both in the uplands and in the wetlands. Now, granted, the wetlands are made, they're filters. They're made to filter out pollutants, but the uplands are not devoid of that feature. They are just as active, if not more active than wetland soils.
Okay.
When it comes to
I would
bacteria,
imagine-
the soil itself, the
I would imagine you
mycobacteria.
have a different breakdown of bioorganisms there though, because it's a completely different biome.
I mean, if, for instance, phosphorus enters the system, enters the biofiltration system, the phosphorus is going to bind to the soil, period. It's not going any. So, I mean, that's just one of many things that happens in the soil. I mean, most of our soils are uplands. Connecticut is 75, no, roughly, you know, they just throw out these numbers. 75% of Connecticut is upland, non-wetland. It means 25% of the state is wet. Well, that's a lot of uplands. You better be something going on in those upland soils because we wouldn't be having we wouldn't have an environment that we have today if we didn't have other bacteria and other processes going on in upland soils as well as in wetland soils.
Thanks for the clarification.
You bet.
Can I ask Jim, can I ask you a question? It's Nico Jordan.
Sure.
Hey, is that okay with the commission?
Yeah. Go for it.
So if the surface, like oils from the parking areas will travel sheet flow to this area along with the first 1 inch of rainfall, what do you think is gonna happen if all those oils and other pollutants, but we can focus on one at a time if you want. So like you mentioned that the oils might break down via the sun. Like I've actually never heard of that. I'm interested to learn more about that. But then what's going to happen in the next storm and the next storm and the next storm as those hydrocarbons and oils keep building up on the surface of this artificial wetland bioretention pond area?
Well, the first thing, Nico, is that we have other defenses in place. And Doug can get into, I'm sure he already has, we have sumps, we have, catch basins with deep sumps. That's where most.
I was told that we didn't, sorry to interrupt you. I was told that this project might not have those in place yet as far as the plans that we're seeing right now. But I was wondering if maybe we should put some things in place to maybe preliminarily prevent certain of those contaminants from even getting to this wetland and then, building up there too much.
No, it's all sheet. No, it's all sheet flow.
So I don't know, maybe we should revisit this later or.
No, I mean, I wasn't there for some of the discussion, but
yeah,
I'm not going to be concerned about buildups in the biofiltration system. I mean, things move in and out. I mean, it doesn't just sit there. I mean, it's not like it's a glue that's just going to glue on and you see this sheen of oil just always there. I mean, these processes happen all over town. It's happening right now, so I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, I guess
Now,
I am concerned about that.
And I mean, I get your concern, but what we're concerned impact the wetlands. So where's your impact?
Oh, I was asking you that actually, but
yeah, and I say that there isn't going to be one. I mean, Doug, kind of bring me through again. Bring me up to speed a little bit on what.
Bring them up to speed. Yes, yeah, we should. I wish you were here. We could, but that's okay. We're looking at a drawing. Which drawing are we looking at?
SE5.
SE5. It's nicely colored. I don't know if your version is.
Mr. DeVesta had previously referred to this as a presentation plan when the commission accepted the application.
Presentation plan. Oh,
but I will bring
No,
up.
it's that's a render. I have a rendering. The presentation plan is what Abigail did. This is the presentation plan that I had sent you on Friday.
That's
different from
correct,
that.
but what's on the easel right now is what the commission saw when the application was accepted.
Right.
I'm looking at some drawing, Jim, that has a picture like of the bioretention.
Right.
On it. And,
So-
and the outlet flow to the wetland,
Right.
I'm bringing
So
it up.
Doug, I'm not there and I don't have all this information in front of me because I'm sort of.
Let's talk about it later then, but my concern is that once those pollutants and the oils and stuff come into that bioretention unit, that where are they going to go? And what you're saying is they're going to go out. And I'm also worried about that because I would rather that they all stay there and stay contained and get biologically treated somehow, whether it's by the sun or whatever means, I don't know, we have to figure it out.
Well, there's
Versus then going mixed for the next storm and then getting pushed out into the
And the
wetland.
outlet, yeah, goes into the wetland.
That's it. That's my concern, but we can address it.
Well, it doesn't go into the wetlands, right, Doug? I mean, maybe I'm just misguided with the way it works. I mean, it goes into the biofiltration system where it does its, where it has an initial treatment through the soils, through the plants. Maybe water is on the surface for a bit of time where the sun and other things kind of beat on things. And then it goes down into a detention facility below it where more stuff is going on. And then it finally goes out.
But where it goes out, if I'm correct in what you described when you pointed to the map, is it goes down that, well, up, I guess, but down that channel and then up into the wetlands.
Correct.
I'm not.
But
So
that's the whole
that's-
process. I mean, this bioretention area, this is nothing new.
Right.
I mean, this.
Yeah,
is
we're
around
not
for-
reinventing the wheel here.
all over the place. And that's the reason why we're using a bioretention area. We could have just done a detention system and not treat the first inch of runoff for what the state requires in our 2004 drainage manual. So this is something the state has provided, gives us a guidance how to do this.
Right.
Detention system, if you didn't have a detention system, then you could deal with your new hydrocarbons, stuff like that, right out in the wetland. But the biological process, what we're talking about, is a bioretention area. So the biological process is being taken through the plants that are there and handling all that pollutants, and then gets cleaned up and then goes out.
Once it goes into the
Right,
cisterns
right,
underneath, it's
right.
filtered
So
out.
water
and got it.
pipe.
We've
Got
looked
it. So
at
my
this.
concern is the stuff that like as it dries out after the first inch, right?
Well, then Nico, it stays in the system. No, anything left behind, any like sand or something, say
Right.
some sand got in from the snowstorm or whatever, just kind of get washed in.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get washed into the wetlands. It's gonna stay in the system and get incorporated in, or it's going to,
Right.
it's just, it just all gets treated.
Heavy stuff would stay in, but what about like oils and films, like stuff that like I'm imagining something building up like a shower, like you know what happens with
The sheen isn't gonna, there's no way that the sheen is gonna filter through all of 3 feet of biofiltration system into the system below it and then flow out through the.
No, it
wetland.
won't. It won't. It'll stay on the surface. Right. I understand that it'll stay. It'll be filtered by the grasses and the plants at the surface.
Right.
So then my next concern is that every storm, every time that happens and the sun dries it all out and you get this like sheen, like you're calling it, on the surface of just like a mixture, a cocktail of all sorts of nice stuff, right? Like oils and sands and salts and whatever.
Asbestos,
Okay.
whatever is from the. not
So
asbestos,
that's there now in this bioretention system on the surface. And then the next storm that comes is going to come in and it's going to kind of maybe stir all that up a little bit. The solids might stay, the sand might stay down. The stuff that's lighter than water is going to, I imagine, come back up to the surface again, get mixed. And then my concern is after that first inch of rainfall that the sheet flow is going to start to happen and be metered. I need to learn more about the metering too.
You have to remember too, the second, because remember, this is a residential area.
Yeah.
We're not sitting like in a commercial parking lot that you can have old cars dripping oils and things like that. We're dealing with 22 houses with roofs, areas are fairly clean water. You have a road system, maybe 600 feet of road system out there. So we're not dealing with a lot of hydrocarbons. It sounds like what you're saying, you're having oils and dripping and pouring off of these cars. So you have very
I
little.
think it would build up over time.
Over time,
Man.
how long is time?
Mr.
1
Chairman,
year, 10 years, 15 years?
I don't know
20
the
years?
life of the project. I mean, as long as people are living there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I interject with what I'm hopeful is some insights to possibly address Mr. Jordan's concerns? Okay, and I'll have the engineer correct me if I'm wrong for anything that I'm about to ask or say. Because this isn't Doug's first rodeo, for lack of better words, with these kinds of systems. And case in point is, if I'm characterizing this design of this system correctly, it's meant to be kind of like a half and half of what is out at Copper Square. And then what the commission approved last year with the single family residence at Pondview. Am I characterizing that correctly?
We did a gravel wet, we talked about gravel wetlands, we did over at Copper Square and over at 6 Pondview as a combination thereof.
So couple that with the phrase souped up statement that Mr. Seaman made, except it's not a septic system.
I know.
It's a subsurface detention system. So this is not being placed under a parking lot. This is being placed under plants.
Mhm.
And you have two experts from differing sides of the coin that are addressing from their points of view. Doug's addressing this from engineering. Jim is addressing this from wetlands. Get the expert that's in the middle. And that expert is Miss Adams, if I'm correct, the landscape architect, because.
Or Jim too.
But it's nice having you guys both
Jim to
here
some
talking
extent, but
Yeah.
if you're talking about how the plants in the bioretention system provide
Well, we
this
already covered that.
nutrient uptake for treatment.
No, because you're showing stuff on the surface, that's right.
Can you have her present at the next meeting?
I'm not sure that Abigail Adams is the correct person to answer these questions. It is probably Jim McManus, but we will try to do a memo of some kind to you to explain exactly how these types of materials are resolved through the system.
Yeah, that's all. I
So
was just
can
had
you
the
do-
questions and concerns.
Can
And
you
then,
do a cross section
thank you.
of this as well? So you
I-
can see the different levels.
Is
So,
one
just
provided
so-
in the details?
I didn't see it.
I don't-
So
I don't think,
Let
I
me-
have only.
to Jim's point,
well, this is where I go back to Miss Adams again, because I'll go through the items that she added at the end.
so
Well, I'll add one thing, David. I can add one thing. You got to remember, if you look at the drainage manual, it is called primary treatment and secondary treatment. Above ground is primary treatment, meaning, that's what the DEP likes to see, some primary treatment. Some sites you can't do that. We're not going to get involved with that. That's another discussion. But we have both here. We have primary treatment, which is the biofiltration system. And then we got secondary treatment, which is the treatment right below it. So we've got a double shot going on here in a residential area.
and to James' point and Doug's point, my concern would be if this was in a commercial environment, I would be like, this wouldn't, I don't think this would be proposed in a commercial environment because of the amount of oil and everything. This, with the amount of units that are here, I think can handle the filtration. I'm not picturing, like you're saying,
The
where
quality
the
of
water
the water.
comes up, you're gonna have, it's not, I'm not picturing the water going in here, staying there and then soaking. Most of the time, you won't even see the water in there. There won't be enough water during the rain it'll actually work without knowing it's working.
Does it go that fast?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's.
I've never seen one like in action, so I'm.
I see the top actually filtering it. You're gonna get some oil in there. You're gonna get some stuff in there, but in this type of environment, I'm trusting the state, and again, I've seen these before, that it works. It filters, and you do have some on there. Now, as far as if this was flat, I would say absolutely not, because you're gonna get sheet flow right into the wetland. This isn't flat, and that's why I'm asking for a cross. It's down. Does it get mowed? All right, it gets mowed, so it's a, what do you say, 2 feet? It's like an index.
Yeah, correct.
So it's not gonna just sheet flow right off. And the water that's in that pipe, I'm not so concerned about that water, because that water is gonna be really clean because it's filtering through all the dirt, just like a well. Coming out on that side. I mean, I'm more concerned, quite honestly, from the water coming off Benedict or something off the street, than I am on the quality of water that's in there. I think it's designed to filter it. If it was, like I said, if it was commercial, that amount, I would be like that, I would have serious concerns. You know me, I love vortex chambers. If this was going directly into the wetlands, I'd be like, no, you gotta have something there. He does, he has that filtration system there.
So
You also have to remember too, that the overflow pipes, everything's being infiltrated in the ground.
except for the extreme storms.
That's what I was
The
gonna
100-year storms
Yeah.
is at probably 1.5 feet above the bottom. So it's gonna take that huge storm to get that water to go over top of it.
Oh, okay,
Into
that
the
was what I was
system.
wondering.
So again, if you're son, you're concerned, how you're thinking is that you're getting all this junk going in there. And each over storm, it keeps gonna keep rising up, but it only in an extreme storm, that water is gonna go out through that system, but most of the water is gonna be infiltrated down through the soils into the subsurface detention system.
All
But
around the
how
buildings.
extreme? Because wasn't it just the first inch you said that pond could handle?
Well, no, that's what it's designed for, but it can handle up to a 100-year storm. So you get the tension underneath, but as a storm intensifies, it can fill up the upper section too. That's part of how my detention system is functioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
We looked
that's
at,
good.
you know,
It goes in
getting
the
back
dirt,
to how we came up with our design here. We went through and looked at doing catch basins and conveyance pipes and stuff like that. But it was gonna be so deep that we have no place to outlet the water. So we were,
Yeah, that's why I'm confused on where the outlet is, I guess, too.
In the ground, there's actually pipes in the ground. That'll bring it actually to the street and not even near the wetland. And but that's all clean water from roof. She was asking how the water works when it hits the side.
right. So we looked, getting back to how we came up with this design. We looked at going through this design here, same number of houses, same road, but putting catch basins and pipes out there. We couldn't get it to work properly. Otherwise, the system, the detention system would have been so deep in the ground. It wasn't economically.
Oh, with the
feasible.
level, with the travel that you have to make them
Get the
do?
pipes, you
Oh,
figured you're gonna be
Yeah.
at least 3-4 feet below ground. By the time you get to one end, you get to the
Yeah.
detention
No, it's
basin.
clever. You're probably
and
saving
then-
money, but it was
and
makes sense
then-
to run it along.
Right, we're trying to be
Yeah, that's right.
innovative here as well.
Yeah,
You know, we're
that's
trying to use the technology that we've got nowadays and some common sense and what the practice that we've done before. So we did it this way, is allow raising the site up, so everything drains toward the central portion of the site there, and then gets treated and then out. But again, going back to your point there, yeah, we can do deep sumps, we can put hoods on, things like that. That will catch your silts and sands in the deep sumps. Hoods will catch their hydrocarbon, stuff like that. But again, it was not going to work on this site here. Not every site can be worked. They can you catch basins and pipes and things like that. So
I also
Yeah.
think, keep in mind, you got water traveling to this. So it's not like it's all whatever, the sand or whatever. It's got to go a ways to get there.
Oh, right.
So you're going to start first having there's filtration, everything getting to it on the sheet flow. It's already soaking down. Between the houses, is it like a gully?
no, only place there's a swale between buildings number. Buildings number. There's a swale between 8 and 9 and 13 and 14 that will handle the water.
It's like a
into the
channel.
Yeah, channel, basically,
Yeah.
but everything else is
Yeah.
gonna be, the
So
other
you got
buildings,
filtration going on there too.
well, not so much because we're trying to make sure that water gets down into
Right.
that area there.
Okay.
So what, on Abigail's plan, you'll see the grayish areas, those are where the gravels are gonna look at. But this is where your swale is here,
Yep.
and your swale is here, but that's gonna be lined with because you don't want erosion
Okay.
underneath that as well, so that's. trying to
So it's
accomplish.
lined.
Are they
But-
lined with,
Only the swale area is gonna be lined with a like a geotech fabric.
So was there no way to grab any of the oils before, like at the outlet points before those swales come in?
Not really. I mean,
Like
you
before
think
it
about the
gets in.
stone, the stones will act as somewhat like have a detention
That's
system
what
or
I'm
a biological process, like a septic system would do. A stone will collect the biomass on that and biofilter in that as well. So you get that, you get some of that going on in that area. I don't know how much, but you get something going on there besides the bio retention area with the plants in there and things like that.
Cool.
I'm trying to think where one of these is where you could see it. I know of one, but it's not a very good example.
Well, if you go to Copper Square, we've got Copper Square, they're called gravel wetlands.
Yep.
It's something similar to what we're proposing here, but that's basically underground with stone in a biological process in the stone. Water comes in, it takes the water that's in there, flushes it out, and new water sits there until the next storm and flushes it out there. But it's somewhat similar to the same process, but doesn't have the stone underneath the ground there. But you go right in the entrance way of Copper Square.
Is
There's
it
two
done
right there.
already? You guys built it? Or-
Yeah, back in 2011.
Those are the old ones. Okay, cool. I'll go check with that then.
And again, I this goes by again, what you're comfortable with and all, I've seen these before. And we've had
high
these,
density project like this?
yeah, I've seen, there's one I can think of in a commercial.
I've seen them. I'm not sure I've seen them, how they work during like storm.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
we did big detention system over at Walnut Hill Church. You know, that's a lot of impervious, that's a lot of parking lot, but that's a surface detention system, so it's just a big hole in the ground, that's it.
Yeah, Mr.
You
Chairman.
were saying something?
Yeah, so I just want to chime in a little bit too. So there's a lot of design considerations of why the applicant is going with this design. And I do actually like this design of what they're trying to do. You know, due to the shallow or the flat nature of the existing site, it makes it very difficult to do things like install catch basins. And that's where a lot of the the commission is used to. They're used to seeing catch basins to remove the oils by a sump and a, you know, a hood on it and things like that, where you can mechanically go in with a vacuum and suck it out. So I do understand that's part of the hang up too, but keep in mind what they are doing, and this was mentioned, but I'm just going to reiterate again. They're creating these swales in between the units, which is going to essentially, you know, channelize all that surface water through them first prior to hitting this bioretention area, which is essentially less than 2 feet deep. And based upon the stormwater manual, pretty much you want, for water quality purposes, you want to treat the first inch. And that's why Doug keeps bringing up the first inch, is because that's the standard that you do, because what'll end up happening is oil, silts will be deposited on a roadway, driveway, whatever. That first inch is going to carry all of that. It's going to get the oils, it's going to pick up the sediment, and that's when it's going to be. From inches 1 to 2, there's going to be next to nothing in it. So that's why they always say, you know, the first inch. And that's the intention of this bioretention basin, how it's sized and things like that. Now, it's going to be able to handle additional flows from the subsequent, you know, storms up to the 100-year, to where it's really not going to have too much of an issue. But again, there's a lot of things that are happening on the surface. You know, all that surface water is going through these swales into that bioretention area, then filtering down through. So there are a lot of things that are happening. But they're doing, essentially, as far as I'm concerned, they're doing kind of what they can. So
I'll chime in with you, James.
Yep.
It's Nico Jordan. Yeah, I agree with most of what you said about the design. I can kind of see that it is working, yeah, or they're on their way, like, to a good design. But what do you think about what I was saying before, like, have over time those things kind of building up in the bioretention swale, or what are we calling this?
Bioretention area.
Bioretention area. And then maybe is it like eventually, like, can they remain volatile or something, or like as the next water, that's the next fill comes in, or like over time? I don't know. Or is there I'm sure there's a maintenance schedule. You're
Ground
probably gonna
maintenance
get into
schedule,
that.
correct.
What?
Yeah, it'd be lawn. I mean, you'll probably cut it once or twice a year. And then the plants around the outside will be maintained, you know, don't let them go wild and stuff like that. But they'll be maintained, could be an area maintained and stuff like that, so.
From a landscaping.
Can I hear
standpoint,
from
think
James?
he's talking-
Do you mind if I hear from you real quick, James?
yeah, no. So essentially, yeah, they'll be providing a maintenance schedule. I think that was one of my comments anyway, and that's a minor one. But in terms of the oils and pulling it out, that's where a lot of the organic reactions are going to need to take place in order to get rid of that. You know, like Mr. McManus said, you know, the sun, things like that will help with the oils, break them down. Same thing with any organics that start to form in this bioretention area, and will also help with some of that as well. So
we need to learn more about the plants being chosen.
yeah, I would, if I was this commission, I would make sure that you focus on the plantings that are being proposed within this area. That is definitely a good point for you to focus on. But I do believe that the functionality of this will work as the applicant is presenting.
Cool.
Let me ask this, if I may, just it might even mitigate all these problems. The end product is that's a small section of area that they're using for the bio retention center, and we're having a drawn concern about this small area right there that's very specific. That's in between the homes, but the end goal is making sure that any water that does exceed the retention of that particular area, or it does get pumped out, is clean, because we don't want any kind of dirty water per se. End of product is we wouldn't want dirty water going into the wetlands getting piped out. I don't know if there's any reason that we can't request annual or biannual or whatever it may be. Just water output analysis to make sure that it's not toxic coming out of it, that's clean water coming out of the outlet. I mean, that could answer that question if it's something extreme to that nature. I don't necessarily think it's necessarily really. I like what you're doing. I like that you're using biological means to really kind of keep as much of the pollutants at bay.
It sounds like you're asking for a monitoring.
Yeah, I mean, that could be offered. I'm not saying that we have to, but I'm saying it's something that we can consider
No,
as a group that would kind of keep things at bay from the downstream effects and the issues that you're having. So monitoring report would show you that everything is clean.
And so
Over
my
time.
question is, what would you do with that monitoring report?
Well, that's a discussion. I have a question mark on that, not as an answer, because it's just, there's really just
So
massive
the reason
concern about that.
The reason I asked the question is that the engineers have design manuals that they design to make sure that the water that exits the system is treated to an appropriate level. And so it's a pre-prevention, I guess.
I agree.
Is to make sure it's designed correctly. So let's say hypothetically, you got a monitoring report that said the level of total suspended solids was not quite right. What do you do with it at that point? Do we have to kick everybody out of their house?
No, but action might mean,
That's a
No,
question.
but you
No,
might have
no,
to
I-
re-engineer the
nope.
system if it's.
No, that's
Wait,
not the
that's
way
a
we do
question.
it.
That's a question.
no,
So-
Well,
I
I think one thing we gotta keep in mind, this isn't a unique design. This is like state tested.
oh, I
and
agree.
All that, so. it's
That's not an
been-
argument.
Hold on, Dave, let's see, it's. I mean, I remember, and I forget what it was, years ago, this new thing came out, and I forget what it was, the type of flower retention thing. And I mean, we had like 3 weeks discussion on the state findings and testings and everything, and it's basically the same thing here. This is a proven, tested, laboratory, like you're saying, the monitoring and all that. I would be more in favor of making sure it's constructed properly, even if it's just a picture here and there to Dave, not that Dave would have to go out there, but even here's a picture of how it was made or something, because then it's conforming with how the testing environment was.
We've answered the question, Mr. Olson's question about what do we do
No,
if we do
no.
find
so
faulty monitoring?
So I'm gonna try to be speedy with addressing my question because we have a bunch of other parties in the room that are
Yes,
eager to
sir.
get before the commission. So,
Yes.
it's one thing to have on paper a system that's designed to conform with all the standards in the stormwater quality manual, and other recommendations that are made by DEP. And Doug has been before you guys many times with all different kinds of systems, and he's provided a letter of substantial completion for every single one. That's a requirement that you guys make.
Mhm.
Over the long term, though, to go back to the construction component, you want a monitoring report would substantiate over the long term that what Doug reported, when he looked at the system after it was constructed, is continuing to do what he designed it to do. That's what you would request a monitoring report for.
And my question would be, and actually a good example, and it answers yours, is some of these technologies are new, but they utilize pre-existing and older concepts, if you will. But let's say 15 years down the road before we're well out of this commission and a monitoring report comes back and something is bad. And I'm just using yours as an example. This could be anybody else I'd have this conversation with. Would it allow us to have a conversation with you or the constructors at a future time to correct the issue at hand? Let's just say something went faulty.
No.
And in 15
absolutely
years,
not.
like, how does that, That's a
That's
question.
not your
How does
job.
that work?
That's not your job.
Yeah, but who
Yes,
gets
it is.
held
We do have a
accountable?
regulatory job.
But
But-
wouldn't that fall under like DEP if it was being contaminated, you know, and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
would go
Sure.
before them, not
Sure,
not here,
somebody, yeah.
the state.
If the appropriate materials were found to be being
Yeah.
discharged in the wetlands.
That's
But-
kind of my
but you-
question. and
Your
then-
job is not to monitor construction projects for the rest of time, to make sure they are performing the way they're designed. Your job is to review the proposal, to make the engineer who's making the proposal do a good job. You have your own engineer who's reviewing it to make sure that he's not doing it incorrectly.
Okay,
When it's constructed, it needs to be monitored to make sure it's constructed correctly, but when a C of O is issued, you're done.
That's what you
You're done. You can't put that burden on these homeowners for the rest of time.
no,
And-
no.
Right, and let me jump in here if I may. Attorney
And just one last point is, as you pointed out, these are old technologies. There are manuals for how you design them. So that they work, and you should trust those manuals that they're going to work. Obviously, they have to be constructed correctly. You know, that's.
I know, you're just have to do a big twist on one guy. I think you might answer this, but it's
Right.
not your answer.
I'm gonna quickly try to come in from a different vein, and that is from the vein of mitigation, where this is, I know I'm doing an apples to oranges comparison, but you'll see where I'm trying to go with this. Commercial property, contaminants are reported, the property owner hires someone to do remediation. You guys have asked and have acquired monitoring reports for X number of years at an interval over those years that says what we did isn't an issue again. We'll report to you next time. And if it's the same thing, you wait for the next time. If there's not, we let you know what we did. It's all self-reported stuff. You cannot require someone to fix something. It's on the applicant to correct the issue. But you get a report that indicates that they did that. So to go back in this case, you're not asking for a monitoring report in perpetuity.
That was my question.
You would condition a report to be over X number of years, and you would have a back and forth dialogue with the engineer as to what time frame is appropriate for that. And how many times over that time frame a monitoring report would be provided, i.e. once per year, twice per year. I think in most instances you see once per year. But it's not unheard of for you to request something like that. For a residential property, this is a new design that, with most of you being new commissioners, you haven't seen an application like this before. So of course you're going to be curious to know that this is going to work the way that Doug's designed it, passed when he does the letter of substantial completion and when the CO is issued. But you have to condition that. You can't just put unreasonable conditions when you.
Oh, no, not whatsoever. I guess my question was the scope of authority based on the fact that if we request it, what authority do we have then to request a modification to a system if it finds to be faulty in a future of time frame? I didn't, because me as a commissioner, I don't know the answer to that question. So it has nothing to do with your project.
So the
That's just something
contaminants
I
that
don't know.
David's talking about
Yeah.
are, I'll just say, real contaminants, real
Yes.
hazardous materials.
Right.
Yes.
The system that we're proposing is for run-of-the-mill treatment of stormwater. And that is totally different than what he's suggesting you would do with monitoring of somebody's general remediation project. If you had a gas tank that leaked at a gas station, right? That's all perfectly within your jurisdiction to make sure that's happening. But run-of-the-mill monitoring of stormwater just isn't done. That's not what wetlands commissions do. Now, if it was found at some point in the future,
I respectfully have to disagree with that.
it would be extremely unusual.
I think we have to give some thought and table for tonight, but
No, I'm not even looking to pursue it.
No,
It was
I
just-
think-
I just wanted some knowledge for myself for future, since I'm new to the position.
I
so
always
very
look at
informative.
two things when you talk about monitoring or putting restrictions on something, and to your point, to what end? Let's say everything works great, 20 years from now, something comes out and this monitoring report that it's a little salt or something, who's to say, that's bad, all of a sudden one person may have a problem with it, some person doesn't, then you gotta get that ironed out, and then who's responsible, how do you fix it? That whole thing, so you basically have to go by tried and proven devices that have been there and that they're done correctly and to spec and to make sure, but I'm more concerned to make sure it's done correctly in the front, knowing that the back end is what we're trying to accomplish. So again, I think that's something we should.
Can I just apologize to Mr. Olson for interrupting, first of all?
Well, you were telling me I was wrong, so you can feel free to interrupt me anytime.
No, but, and then to qualify what I was saying, that, to say something's like run of the mill, pollution, I'm kind of new to the wetland science world and to wetland regulation, this whole shebang, right? But I'm going in like head over heels, so I'm in now, so. And I don't see a difference necessarily. I don't know, we're talking about qualities of.
Yeah, I
water
didn't say
quality,
run-of-the-mill
qualities of-
pollution, I said run-of-the-mill stormwater. And the reality is, the whole zoning and wetland process is about control of stormwater.
Right. That's
I mean,
right.
this is every project everywhere has to control stormwater.
Yep.
We're not talking about new technologies, we're talking about a system that's, a type of system that's, commonly used. I'm sure Doug's design, I don't want to say hundreds, because that makes you seem like you're old, but, and so,
Well-
yes, you make sure it's designed correctly, you make sure your engineer reviews and ensures that it's designed correctly. You make sure when it's constructed correctly, and then it will work, because the state has manuals that tell you how to do it.
Right. That's,
And you really shouldn't be in the business of monitoring every single project that comes before you and placing that burden on future homeowners when there isn't anything you can really do with the monitoring reports. You can't make us redesign the
we don't
system.
have like teeth.
No.
We don't
Yeah,
have,
now,
like,
now, to be
I thought that
clear,
was you. I thought you were our teeth. Come on.
to be
Where's
clear,
your
if there
badge?
is a event that results in a discharge on the wetlands, you have enforcement authority. Right, but that's not run-of-the-mill stormwater.
Right, got it.
water.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So,
Here's a
You got it.
final comment, Nick, about when I first started doing this wetland stuff back in the 80s. We used to, we don't even use those kinds of designs anymore. We used to stick a hole in we tried to mimic. Back then, we tried to mimic with engineers, scientists, all kinds of people, try to mimic Mother Nature. How do we make how do we make an artificial filter? Well, after 30 plus years, we come up with stuff like Doug designed, gravel wetlands, biofiltration systems. And 20 years from now, I don't know who was asking those questions. What happens 15, 20 years from now? These designs will probably be outdated. We'll be doing something different. So the science is always evolving. The engineering is always evolving. We don't even design stuff like we used to do 35 years ago. But we're still trying to mimic Mother Nature, and then we've done a much better job in 30 years than we did before.
And it certainly looks like this project is going in that direction, which I appreciate. And I really
Of course.
appreciate you guys talking to us.
What Doug did was he built what a wetland will do, which is filter out pollutants before it goes to a wetland or water course, and that's what we're doing.
I think this dialect, from my point of view, is very, very valuable, and I'm really glad to have it with all of you who are sitting here. including the
Mr.
project,
McManus, do you mind turning on your video?
Thank
for
you.
a quick
Thank you,
second,
Jim.
just to identify yourself real quick, please.
Yeah, I'm kind of weird right now because my phone almost ran out, so now I'm sitting on the floor. So here
Oh,
we
you
go.
look great.
I just wanted to have affirmation that it was you giving that testimony.
Well, it's been an interesting night, David. I landed
Yeah,
in
we
an
should move
airport.
things. Thank you, guys. I know you guys do this every day, and we're.
Does any
learning, so
commission
I
members
appreciate
have
it.
any other questions for? Go ahead, Dave.
No, I don't have any questions. But
Sure.
my comment was going to be, there's a consensus amongst you all to continue this
to the
next
next-
meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
April 25th.
Can we continue it to our special?
Oh, you said the 24th.
Do you,
The special
To the
meeting.
10th.
do you want to have us in the 10th?
If you're gonna have this much on the next meeting,
Yes,
yes.
that's at your discretion.
Yes, I would like to, if the committee meeting members are in favor, scheduling this as well on the 10th or special meeting.
That's fine. Does that mean that they're obliged to be here as well?
Yeah.
Check with
I
them.
will not be around on the 10th. I don't know if that matters, but I won't be here.
And we'll leave it for.
But
the next
I
meeting.
don't know for sure. I just.
Okay,
Jim can't make it.
Jim, will you be there, Jim?
I will not be able to make the 10th.
Oh, I'm sure we want you there, so we'll do it the 24th then is our next meeting. 24th.
24th.
The April 24th work.
Monday, the 24th. Yeah.
We'd already planned on that. So.
Okay.
So what I think you're asking for, Patrick, is a cross section through our bio retention area, right?
Yes, yeah,
And is that
basically like the
What the
fabric. and-
right.
And the discussion with the landscaper who's gonna plant the plants, what bio.
Biological
Materials.
functions.
What we'll do is we'll talk with Abigail and with Jim and come up with a memo for you. I'm just not sure Abigail has the answers you're looking for.
Oh, really?
Isn't she the one that's choosing the plantings?
Yes, but Abigail
which-
is more of a decorative
Okay.
landscape architect. I don't want to diminish what she does in any way because I think she's fantastic.
No,
Should we
But when
but
it
it's
comes
not
to
the
the
same
science,
thing, function
Yeah,
versus
well, then you-
form is not the same.
Well,
when it comes to the science, I'd rely on
In
what
the
Jim
past,
said.
Jim has explained.
Yeah, we'll look it over. Remember now, Abigail's gonna pick things that are gonna grow in an environment that they're gonna thrive in. So, but we can talk about it.
Can I just tell you one thing?
I just need your name first.
My
sorry.
name is John Kirk. I'm of British Botanicals. It's a design and construction fee. So essentially what's happening,
One question, I'm sorry.
I have nothing to do with these guys. I
That's
just.
what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Can he
nothing to do with it, but just so
Hold
you
on,
can.
hold on one
Sir,
second.
1 second. Can he comment if it's not a public hearing and he's not associated with?
This project.
I have no problem. I just want to make sure.
I mean, you can.
Okay.
It's
Only from a
your
landscape
discretion.
architect standpoint, okay?
If I can make one comment,
Yes, please.
when we asked you to do this without being a public hearing,
Right.
it's very clear that you should always hear from the public.
Okay.
Whether it's a
Yep.
public hearing or not, you can always hear from.
If they
But-
come
but
in.
Yeah, I
you
just
have-
want to make sure I wasn't.
you have-
It makes it.
I didn't want Dave coming after me.
Easier process.
No, it's just you have the discretion to offer.
Okay.
offer some.
Yes, please do so, sir. Thank
I
you.
just want to help you, like, if you visualize it, because I think it's struggling. So essentially what's happening here, everything pours into this essential pond, okay? If you think of a pond, things don't grow in the middle of the pond, that's where the water collects. They grow on the edges, right? So essentially that's what she's designed, is a pond where everything grows on the edges. The water hits the plant material on the edges, filters through the plant material, and ends up in the pond slowly. So that's essentially what's happening. That's why all the plant material is on the edges. And oil, any oil, so it's going to be microscopic, will evaporate. Like if you were to have an oil leak from like an oil tank, the method is to take the soil, expose it to the air, and have it evaporate. That's the method of how you get rid of oil in the soil. So essentially, that's what's happening here on the tiniest level you could ever imagine, because it's filtered across the grass. The oil is captured in the grass on its way there, because it's attached to each blade, and then the sun just evaporates it.
Does it really? I didn't know that.
So,
Yeah.
so you don't have to get like frightened by it.
Yeah.
Nico, there is a lot going on. It's a very dynamic system. What's going on here?
All right, so we're going to continue this to the April 24th meeting.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Um,
Chairman, may
thank you
I
very
ask
much
that
for
we
your time,
take
John.
a?
Oh, absolutely. I
2-minute
was just going to
recess?
say, can we take a 10-minute recess?
How much
See you,
time do
Jim.
we need?
10 minutes?
10 minutes?
5 minutes?
It's up to you, whatever you guys need.
We will reconvene at 9:45
Need a-
according to our clock.
Need a motion to do that in a second.
I make a motion
Thank you,
that
everybody.
we adjourn for
Let's take a
7
recess.
minutes and
I second.
recess till 9:45.
Second.
Yeah, no problem. Like,
I don't have
Can I
someone.
second?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One second.
Aye.
Motion to reconvene the Wetland meeting to order.
You don't need a motion.
No motion needed. Good.
We are reconvened.
We are going now to 4 Patty's Lane West.
Mike.
Good evening, for the record, Mike
Mike.
Mizuko, federal engineer representing the applicant, and I know you guys did a site walk. I couldn't be there. Steve DeMarco was there. I hope he did a good job. He said that he did, but.
Absolutely, he did.
Okay, good. And we did get, like end of last week, we got comments from David and James.
Okay.
And I was able to get revisions in today.
Okay.
And answered the letters, and it really wasn't a whole lot. There was unfortunately, I didn't realize that because the site is within the
Natural diversity database.
Yeah, it's within a subject or
Okay.
hit point. And so it's online now, everything for the application, and I didn't realize they had submitted a response right away, but they don't email you saying that they did. So anyway, I did go back on and they did issue a response, and I did, if you go to the second sheet, David. So I just basically printed out the 3-page letter from, and it just lists some, cautionary things that you should do. Just protect the, what was it? I think
I believe it's spotted turtle.
Spotted turtle, yeah, spotted turtle.
Dave, you have a copy of this?
Yes,
So we can look at it.
it's part of the application material that's in the Google Drive.
I don't have a computer from me. All right.
Yes, you do.
I can read it either in there and I can there. I already did, so you made it smaller.
Yeah, so that, I just added that, shuffled some other things around to make room for it on that sheet. And then for on the site plan itself, I just made some clarifications. We did have the area identified, the amount of the work in the regulated area, which is here, and then the amount of filling for the septic and some filling here. Really is no cutting, it's mostly all filling there.
Mike, the dotted line, that's the upland review right there, right?
The one that says RA,
Right, the only thing in that is the
yeah,
septic
part of
right
this,
there.
yeah, most of the septic, and then just filling here for that embankment.
So my only question I had on this whole thing was that septic's far enough from the wetland that everything's filtered out by the time it gets.
Yeah, well, if you do the analysis, usually it's, the phosphorus is gone in like 5-6 feet of the septic system. So yeah, it's really not an issue with regard to that, for
How
sure.
many feet are between the borders of the septic and the
You have-
wetland?
All 81.5.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the primary, the reserve, which will go away once you get your CO, but
So the
primary.
squiggly line represents the wetland, not the close dotted line.
The one.
Yeah,
really
this,
touching the property.
yeah, there's only 2 small pockets of wetlands. There's just a fringe of this one that crosses the property line, and then just one cutting across the
Yeah.
corner.
So what is that dotted line?
Oh, these are hay bales, silt fence. That's a
Thank
siltation device.
Dashed, I guess, dashed
Yeah.
line. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines going on. We added another line to just show like the expected limit of the lawn.
Mhm.
And then because they had cleared most of it, I just tried to add a tree line to it.
Mike, is the driveway curved?
The driveway will be, yes, it's gonna have to be curved to get drainage into the catch basins.
So drainage is going that.
Well, there's, yeah, so we'll have a high point here. You see this bend in the chevron in the contour line. So some of that will be pitched back to this corner, the rest of it will pitch down here. I tried to catch as much as I could to get into the gallery system. And then we have just a small portion which I compensated for, that's bypassing. And then we just have a pipe under here just because of the flow that's gonna come across. We don't really want it running across the driveway. For, icing and other reasons.
Thank you.
Yeah, just standard notes. I added some notes to the plan just to reflect some of the comments that were in the review letters. And I think that was about it.
This is a very straightforward piece of notes.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, the thing that you should hone in on, not so much for this property per se, but for future reference, is the natural oh God.
But he said.
Diversity.
Natural diversity database. Thank you. My goodness, it's only 9:50 and I'm already losing it. The natural data. Database
database.
report that came as part of this application because those are far and few between, and that's because it's not common for there to be the triumvirate of an applicant proposing activity within an upland review area that also has a natural diversity database area that comes before you. This is where it's of note for you to want to consider the species that's out on the property. So in this case, I would say the implementations that Mr. Mizuko would have to put in as part of the design are comparatively minimal, it's for a single family house, and most of the development associated with that is outside of your upland review area. But you should, just for future reference, you should understand how it reads, how Mike is incorporating their recommendations and so on and so forth. Most of the comments that James and I had, not to paraphrase James, you can interject if I'm wrong, they're pretty minimal, they're housekeeping items, just to make sure the i's are dotted, t's are crossed, what have you. I was not in a position to have any sort of draft ready for you guys tonight, but if you are in a position to have one ready for the next meeting, I'd be happy to have that.
So, committee members, anyone see any concerns with approving or not approving this application? So Pat, would you?
No, I don't
Greg?
see any concerns.
No, I'm fine.
I don't see any problems. I have a question though. Does that mean that the national or whatever diversity database is overseeing the project as well from the standpoint of the turtles or whatever the species are?
Nope. They don't go out and monitor. It's recommendations that Mr. Mizuko has to implement. Obviously, I have to go out and take a look at the site.
So they have guidelines what to do in this regulated area that he has to.
Right,
builders
and-
have.
And that's what I put on the plan. so-
Right, and
So it's fine then.
it's standard for me before anyone puts any buckets or shovels in the ground that I go out and make sure the ENS controls are set up. It's most of the times in that phase, if something isn't met in that NDDB recommendation list, that's where I catch it. And then, of course, at the end, I have to go out and do a zoning compliance inspection. In this case, I'll also be inspecting for wetlands too. If there was anything that isn't addressed as part of that, I would catch it again then as well. So I have 2 points to take a look at it, but there's no state entity that goes out and monitors during construction.
Can I ask one more thing before you pull us?
Oh, yeah, no, it's
I
not
think-
getting voted on now, so go ahead.
Yeah, oh, that you were suggesting that this is one of those cases, I forget exactly what the words you just used, that where we should pay attention to the species. Do you mean to, I don't think you mean to imply that we should not pay attention to other plant species if they're not necessarily. endangered
No,
species?
that's correct.
On
And,
any given
and,
site.
right, and I say that because,
Do they have to be on the listed, one of the listed lists for us to have any jurisdiction over them?
no.
I think he just meant it's more alerted.
This is a unique
Right, yeah,
situation.
right.
and
There's
you
an
want
alert.
to
We haven't
know that
seen
what's
this
going
yet,
on.
It's like you want to watch the oil in your car, but when the light comes on, you really better watch it.
It's, yeah,
That's not clear.
right.
Yeah, the big thing is they want, like the silt fence is great, it stops any turtles from migrating into the work area, make sure there's no gaps in the silt fence so they can squeak in, so, checking the area, making sure that they're, visibly they're not if they are,
Right.
get them back into the other.
I-
site.
So we've requested that alternative.
But what
in
if they
other
need to get
projects.
through the silt fence? I'm gonna take it there, I'm sorry.
What if they need to?
What if they have to pass through to mate or to like travel?
Isn't that where that regulatory
turtles
agency
always
is going to
travel?
come up with the guidelines and offer them to the,
That's,
to the builders?
That's
and
all,
the
yeah, everything,
developers?
that they list everything here.
We don't have to
that's
worry
why
about
you
that
should read
because
that.
Yeah.
They say, here is what you do.
Now, this is to make a quick geometry comparison. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. So not everything that the NDDB reports is going to be an obligate species, but every species that they report on is one that the applicant should be aware of when they're doing their construction projects.
Because it is well nothing.
No,
Oh.
it's not. So that's why I'm saying, not every species that the NDDB reports on is gonna be an obligate species. But every species they report on is important because it's uncommon, or it's a species of special concern. So in other words, it only happens in certain habitats. And, they're just trying to factor in things that the applicants should be cognizant of when they do the construction. I think I may have lost my train. of
Sounds
thought.
great. Sounds great. Sounds great.
Nico, you
Thanks.
give me moving forward then?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I just was gonna say, if we get a draft proposal for the tenth.
That's what,
Yeah,
so
that was- I was
the
gonna bring up.
general
Mike's gonna be here
consensus
anyways.
is
Yes,
for approval, if you could put a draft approval.
Do you
together
want
for
that
that.
I personally have a few questions that I need to flesh out about the septic, exactly how the septic systems work. and maybe on this case, but I
But if we could have.
don't want to take up too much time, right now.
I will adjust that really quick by saying, because this is a septic system, it has to go through the health department.
Exactly, I know, but I've read through the health department codes, and I know I should do it again, and I'm just,
Well, health department and
wonder how.
wetlands commission are two separate things.
Yeah.
So their regulations are totally different from yours.
What
They're,
worries me.
We're not voting on it tonight. You
Yeah.
still can ask questions prior to voting on the final. So,
and I don't know if if a health department application has been submitted yet, Mike. It hasn't?
I don't believe so. We're trying to get through here. I'm not.
Well, I should probably meet with the health department separately then if I have questions or concerns about how
I
septic
would go
systems
with
work,
Dave to
right?
meet with him, so you know what you can ask.
Because I don't want to,
Yeah.
I don't know what
yeah.
the time to discuss that, and assuage my concerns would be
No, that.
discussion with the health department, right?
Would,
Because
if
they
we,
sign off on stuff.
if we ask Dave for a letter by the 10th, does that give you enough time?
Yeah,
To
sure,
get your thoughts.
sure.
Okay, in case you have to ask questions, otherwise we wait till the 24th.
And then I can answer
Why would I
that too, so.
bring Mike back?
You'll be here the 10th.
I'll be here anyway.
Yeah, if we could do it the 10th.
You're always here.
Because Mike's here.
I'd like to do it,
I don't
because I
know.
think we're gonna have a piece of 24th.
That's why we're trying to do it.
Sure,
We're
that sounds
trying
good.
to
Let's do
also-
that.
Yeah, you have that ready for the 10th.
I
No
certainly
motion
can.
needed for that.
Not a
Okay,
problem.
All right, all set? Anything
Mike,
else?
thank you.
All right, have a good night.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thanks, Mike.
So the commission knows, Mr. Mizuko did address all of my outstanding comments. this
Yep.
latest revision. Just so everyone's aware.
Yeah, he did, yeah, I believe he
Yeah.
said that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, we are.
Dave, one thing on the approval, do you have to list everything from the? No, because you put it on the.
No, all I
Yeah.
have to do is I can add a condition that says the applicant shall refer to all these things on this sheet of their site plan that
And it's on
listed
the
in
plan.
this report
Okay.
dated such and such.
All right,
It's
we're
very
into,
easy.
we're into new business, Twin Maples Drive, physical removal of invasive bamboo. Good luck.
There's a decent
All right,
bamboo.
may I jump in with some
please.
context real quick, Mr. Kirkham?
Please.
And I don't mean to railroad any presentation that you may make. This is coming before you under this section of your agenda because it's not a bona fide application per se. It is a section of your regulations, which I cite there in the parentheses, 3-2-3.2.2, excuse me. Which goes into uses and activities that are permitted as of rights. Actually, no, excuse me, no, I'm in the wrong section. That's, forgive me. It's 3.3 that I meant to cite. So 3.3, not 3.3.2 says ruling required, the commission shall rule the proposed operation and use or portion of it is a non-regulated operation and use, or that the proposed operation and use is regulated activity and a permit is required. Such ruling shall be in writing and be made no later than the next regularly scheduled meeting of the commission following the meeting in which the request was received. So
Translate.
translate, this gentleman is representing Mrs. Stobie, who is attending via Zoom.
Welcome.
And there is a stand of bamboo on her property that so happens to be within a regulated wetland area.
Okay.
And they intend to remove this bamboo from the regulated wetland area, but they believe that they do not need a permit to do so. And they believe that they fall under that section of the regulations that because
That it's in the wetlands.
well, no, that because it is a, well, to go into the next section, 3.3.3, that it is a conservation use, conservation of soil, vegetation, water, fish, shellfish, and wildlife, provided that such operation or use may include, but is not limited to, minor work to control erosion or to encourage proper fish, wildlife, and silviculture management practices. So bamboo is an invasive species.
Right.
It's a recognized invasive species by the
Non-native
state.
too, correct?
No,
Right, it's not native.
Yeah, it's very non-native.
yes, only where the pandas live.
I was just curious how it got there. Sorry.
The
That's-
pandas.
So-
This conversation, that's.
So how it got there is,
Told them
No,
not
no,
to
it's
go
not
in
important.
there.
It's not important.
David, may I say something?
yeah, I just want to give the commission a little more context, if you don't mind, Mrs. Stone.
Yeah, he asked a question I thought I could answer. A neighbor planted bamboo and it spread to our property. We took legal action against the neighbor, received a settlement to cover our expenses. He is not doing anything about the bamboo. We can't do anything about what's on his property, but we would like to restore our property to what it was without disturbing anything, and put some kind of a barrier there so that his bamboo does not again come onto our property. And Mr. Kirkham there is my expert who can fill in all the details.
Dave, are there pictures or maps or something?
So let me get up to speed here for a second. I had previously taken photographs of the property, and if I may use them, Mrs. Stobie, to give the
Yes.
commission context, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
So if you look on the screen, let me just pop it up here for a second. Okay, so this is just one strand of bamboo that was taken out.
Oh, I was like, there's more than that, right?
So there's much more than this. This is the report from Dr. Danzer about what Mrs. Selby had described between the neighbors and there being stand-up bamboo. Let's see, this is another photo of what the bamboo looks like when it's just a single strand of it. This is the area here, right where my cursor is in green.
Yeah,
This is a section of it right here.
yeah.
Is that wetlands?
So the wetlands themselves haven't been flagged per
Okay.
se, but the gentleman who identified the species as being an invasive species in bamboo also confirmed that they were in fact located within a wetland. And
Okay.
he has a rough delineation of where the wetlands are, and you'll see that here on my screen.
That's a nice picture.
Wow.
So this is the property line here. This is Mrs. Stobie's property.
Okay.
This is the neighboring property where the bamboo originated. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the portion of bamboo
Correct.
Mr. Kirkham here is proposing to remove on behalf of the Stobies.
So either way, you have to go through the wetlands to get to it.
So
Or in the wetlands.
Was it in the wetland?
It's
in the well.
It's a drainage creek. There's a pipe at the top of our property, right right there at the beginning off. And it drains and creates a creek that meanders through the property.
So if I may interject, again, John Kirkham from British Botanicals. So essentially what happened here was they had, a stand of bamboo that was planted. It was then brought to my attention that, that they wanted to remove it. I then said, okay, this is the method that's going to be the most commonly used in this application because the neighbor is not willing to remove theirs. So I basically brought it to your attention because it has a stormwater runoff drain on the far side. So it's not running all the time, but it has a water course that you could tell is evident. So it's not, I went to the wetlands office to find out if it was a wetland, and it isn't designated as a wetland, but our own soil scientist designated it as one.
Okay.
That's the reason for our, exactly.
So it sounds like a fringe, low quality.
So it was hiding and you guys didn't know about it, but we brought it to your attention, so you.
So you basically,
sleep better.
I'm gonna say you have to, for better term, you have to disturb the wetlands to kill this, but my knowledge of this, you're basically gonna destroy the wetlands to kill this, because you have, I mean, why don't you tell
So
us how you
let me
get rid of
explain the
this?
method. So,
Yeah.
so let me explain the method. So, because this is the part that why you don't have, And this is not me saying you don't have jurisdiction, this is the state of Connecticut.
Everybody.
Okay, so essentially what happens is we have to disturb the wetlands to do it properly. There is, my company and one other company is the only companies that in Connecticut have legally done it through all the legal channels and reinstated them, just by fluke that you guys meet me. And essentially what happens is we remove, sadly, we have to remove some existing trees. So that's the worst part that isn't reinstated. We plant back trees, but the existing mature trees are removed because, as you saw from one of the pictures, it grows within the canopy of the tree. So not to get too far on the education with bamboo, but bamboo is totally non-selective. So essentially bamboo grows within other plants, but once bamboo is mature, no other plant can grow within bamboo. So that's why it's on the invasive species list and why it can no longer be here. So essentially what has to happen is we have to excavate the soil, remove it, dispose of it, in basically a timely manner, and then reinstate it. So even though we're essentially disturbing the wetlands, we're going to reinstate it back to as it was. So the same amount of soil come out, go back. We can plant a erosion control soil if you want a wetlands mix. It makes no difference to us whether they plant it. We tend to stay with like a low grow fescue because it's easier to monitor over a number of years. Eventually, the tree is shaded out and it just goes back to a kind of whatever the scenario is. We do like to do the grass only because it's great erosion control and it's great for monitoring, because essentially, yeah, you don't want to see anything sprout up. Because what happens is they grow through rhizomes, so it's kind of like taking a drill bit and drilling through something. It can travel. So from any one plant you see, it can travel up to 15 feet underground.
How are you controlling it, the spread, if the neighbor isn't going to remove it?
So this is the reason why I partially went to the town to explain the methods, because we're going to put in a barrier. Normally, both parties are agreeable that we remove the bamboo, because to be honest with you, it's these relationships become tumultuous. That's why it's a hard situation. But essentially, that gentleman has a problem, and he'll have it with the corresponding neighbor in the future, and then he'll sadly have another check mark to deal with. So normally you've kind of once bitten, twice shy. In this application, they're not willing to do anything, so we're going to put in a concrete barrier that essentially is 3 feet below the ground. So we have to excavate that soil. We put the barrier in, then we put the soils back.
How long?
It's about 75 feet long.
How thick?
About between 6 and 8 inches thick.
Okay.
And it won't burrow through that?
No.
You make a foundation wall.
It's kind of like a foundation wall, but it has seams, it has conceal like a septic tank. So, I mean, it's the only way. They can do steel, but it doesn't last as long. And we've noticed that it's dangerous for kids.
So I recognize this is probably not possible, but if the other neighbor was in agreement and it was all removed,
You wouldn't need the barrier.
so we're going to essentially be incredibly disruptive to the environment.
The disruption is the same, to be honest with you. The disruption is exactly the
You gotta
same.
pull the dirt out.
Yeah, the dirt has to come out.
With a
So,
concrete barrier.
but the barriers,
It
it's
goes
just
in
on the
the dirt.
property line. It would just be like, how you have a monument, it's essentially you have a line of monuments the whole way.
So, 2 questions. I'm trying to think what the first one. Is there anything special about this wall being done? It's becoming decorative? or anything?
No, it's gonna be hidden. You won't even see it.
How high is it above the ground?
So it can be up to a foot, and if you prefer not to see it at all, we can go, flush with the ground. It makes no difference. All we need is to be 3 feet below the surface.
If it's above ground, is there betterment towards the restriction of bamboo growing? Like how much depth does bamboo?
No,
need to
it
go? 'Cause
only-
I know it's hyper invasive,
So it grows up to 3 feet into the ground. So even at 3 feet of depth, you can see it. So that's why we put in a 4-foot wall. So we have a foot of buffer.
And so this goes right on the property line, I'm assuming. Where is the drainage? Well, we're putting
It
drainage.
kind of meanders through it. So it
So you're
won't,
putting it right through the,
so it won't, the wall
How does
won't
it
go
affect-
through the drain, but it will be adjacent to it, very, very close in a couple spots,
Some unfortunate situation. This sounds like with that earlier application where it was the disruption, the temporary disruption versus the forever disruption.
And that's why I spoke with David about showing my erosion control methods, because it is a pipe. Essentially, you guys have piped, the town has piped the water into Stobie's residence. you have the right to do that. Essentially, what I'm proposing is, because it's not a wetland where you see like there's no vernal pools, if we even were to pipe it for the 75 feet during the construction, you know, they could come out and inspect it prior to it, you know, we could do it during the construction, have no erosion control, you know, like issues or concerns, because essentially we just continue the pipe to where it was going anyway, and then remove it once the project's finished.
So basically, once the project's finished, you put it
Back to
back
the way
as
it was.
close as you can.
For sure.
What keeps it from reestablishing itself over there? How does it expand its territory, if you will?
Underground.
Underground.
Is it always underground?
Always on.
Always underground. I was just.
I mean,
I should know that. I kind of like.
A bird can actually pull a plant out and drop it. That's why we always say for having something that's walkable, like it's totally invaded with Japanese barberry as well. So that's a hard plant to even then, you know.
Can't get rid of that one because the animals all disperse it. And
So-
around. But they don't do that with the bamboo saw.
No, but it does happen. It does happen.
The
with them,
pandas.
But you need pandas, yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
think
wild
honestly,
pandas make many.
that's the next step.
Two comments that I would make for the commission's consideration. The first, Mr. Kirkham is saying that the soil will have to be dug up. What is the means, the commission should consider what means or what methods will do that work. The second, so I'm asking if it's hand.
He's not gonna use a hand shovel on it.
Okay, and then the second would be, it's a fescue that's going to go back in place of that bamboo. Is that fescue going to be manicured in any way, or is it just going to be allowed to grow to
I would
nature?
probably refer more to Nico, because I don't even know what a fescue
I have
is.
some questions.
So they would like it to be wood chips. They like it to just become a woodland again. But I think for maintenance for the next 3 years, you're better off
Mowing.
to just not even mow it, but just to keep, because a fescue is a low mow anyway. At its full height, it only gets about 8 inches.
Is fescue a grass?
It is, yep.
Yeah.
It's like, you
That
can mix
allows
it in
you to-
lawns now because it takes very little water to get established.
That way you can make sure nothing else kind of.
Grows, exactly.
You said you had some questions.
Mr. Kirkman, John.
Yeah.
Do you, Nico Jordan, did you discuss, are you the one who's gonna be doing the work?
Yeah.
Sweet. Did you walk us through all the tools that you're gonna use to do this?
Certainly,
And
yeah, so
method?
sadly, the most invasive part that we hate to do is the tree removal. So some trees will not need to be removed, but some will, because there's a stand like this, so you know,
What are you gonna use to remove the trees?
So it'll be-
Chainsaws?
yeah,
and,
chainsaws,
and the
exactly.
roots then?
exactly, and then it'll be stumped out, because essentially.
Stump ground or stump
No,
up or
no,
done with an
essentially,
excavator?
all the soil within 15 feet of any stand, any growing, will be completely removed from the property. Gets
To a depth of necessary
3
for the species, 3 feet,
yeah.
with an excavator.
With an excavator.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why that's why we reinstate it, like part of the quote is to reinstate it, you know? So it
You wanna
sounds
reinstate.
very invasive, right? And it really is, but you have to think about this. Most people are excavating 3 feet and putting something else there, right? I'm taking out 3 feet and putting it back.
So these are your mechanical controls. You're gonna reestablish a new wetland, a
Exactly.
grass
So as
wetland.
horrible as it sounds, and I totally get it, you have to think, same thing, we're just putting it right back. It just sadly, it's contaminated. It would be like the same if you were to spill oil, which I know is very contentious to this group. But essentially, if you have to take it away and put something back. So
About how many yards are you removing?
I think it's about 200 and change yards.
What's the disposal site?
So it will go, some will go to Grillo in Milford, and then some will go to a.
Is Grillo somebody you don't like?
So that's it. So the next method with bamboo is that it's ground to get rid of it. You have to ground the roots. So
Really?
and cook it in the compost. Yeah,
Cool.
that's the only way.
I see some stuff here about pesticides and glyphosate. You haven't mentioned
So-
anything about it yet.
We don't have to do it. We put it in as an option. So I don't like it
Can we
because
remove that as an
it's
option?
perfectly fine with me to not use it. So it's non-selective herbicide, so it kills everything. And so that's why we don't like it. And that's why this method is the method of choice. Though it sounds so just so you get a total understanding of it, okay?
Yeah.
There's 2 methods for bamboo. It's glyphosate or my method, which is excavation, okay? So excavation, you do it once and it's over with and done. I even give them a warranty of 3 years, okay?
You're gonna be coming back.
Yeah, come back and monitor
You're
it for
gonna have
3
to.
years. Yeah.
You're
Well,
gonna know it.
I've done this for
You're good.
7 years. I have yet to have one. Yeah,
Really?
again, yeah, because
You get it
again,
all?
we get it all. That's the intention. you know?
Not in this case.
Yeah.
I've got to
hopefully-
meet you. I need your card. I need your card.
But essentially, the other method is by spring. So you have a total dead area for a number of years. And we have that method, actually, we've tried that method even, and it would be totally dissatisfied with, because even when the plant is dead, oh yeah, you have stalks that are dead, you can barely walk on, they just new ones grow in between. It's really a hard thing to kind of sell on.
Well, it's a terrible thing for the wetlands.
Yeah, oh, it's 100%, everything's dead. I mean, that's the problem with it. It's non-selective herbicide. So you kill everything and then you look at a barren area for year 1, year 2, year 3. And to be honest with you, even at year 3, I'm not confident in the method, you know.
So
Yeah.
here's my general thought on this whole thing. Normally, I would say no, because I'm not big in disturbing the wetland, but these bamboos destroying the wetland.
Oh,
So
for sure.
you're improving the wetland, you're making it the way it was. I don't know how long it'll last, if the bamboo's gonna go around it eventually or however.
Not for 7 years.
But if you don't need a permit, and you need to clarify that,
Yeah,
then
that's what you need to determine.
I was gonna say with the amount of disturbance, activity and all that, I'm almost thinking you handle it internally because you'll be doing a lot of site visits out there, I'm assuming.
This is where, this is up to you.
Okay,
And I would be glad to do
you know what?
any and all site
Let's,
visits.
I would say, let's do a permit because that way I don't want to set a precedent for everyone who wants to dig up the wetlands that they don't need a permit.
So let me, just to make sure I'm phrasing what you're saying correctly. Are you ruling that this activity requires a permit? Or are you ruling that this?
I
does
am
not?
stating my personal belief that I believe this should get a permit. And
From the Wetlands Commission.
From me, I have not asked the wetland commission yet if they feel that needs a.
When you
That's
say
my
a
next step.
permit, a permit. from
Right,
the
so
wetlands
no.
From the
commission.
wetland commission,
You
yes.
said
Right, that's,
No, not the
that's,
committee.
that's
No,
what I'm
I
trying.
want the general consensus from the committee, but my belief as a person on the wetlands, it should have a permit from the wetland.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward case that you need to do it, but I think it's a good idea that we don't set a precedent for somebody that might abuse the privilege. Per se,
And his,
right?
their justification was that this falls under conservation and doesn't require a permit, correct, Dave?
That's correct.
But
That's,
we have no problem paying, paying for the permit.
I'm,
It's not, it doesn't say.
So- let me just try to be upfront with the whole ball of wax. Because I want to be as fair to Mr. Kirkham, to Mrs. Stobie, and to you. If you go with the ruling that they don't need a permit, I work with Mr. Kirkham one-on-one.
Mhm.
I suppose if he comes in with an agent approval, I would by default have your endorsement to do so.
Correct,
Because
yes.
you're not making a ruling that
Right.
you need a permit from you guys.
Right.
If they do need a commission permit
Yes.
or an approval,
Yep.
let me make sure I'm phrasing this correctly, then you would be getting, and in the wetlands application, you would be getting a survey that shows where the wetlands are on the property.
yes,
Something from the soil scientist that indicates what the wetlands are, how they function, and then have Mr. Kirkham's information on how he intends to remove the bamboo, tie into that with respect to how that may impact the wetland over the short and long term.
yes.
So you have to decide which process you want to take.
I can decide. Mr. Kirkham, when do you want ideally to begin?
I'd like to start this spring and this growing season because I need 3 growing seasons essentially because we want to get it established. I mean, the idea behind it is to get it established, like. You have to think from a standpoint, like, once we've finished our work, there is no activity there. The idea is it's a wet, it isn't a wetlands, but it is essentially, right? Because we've determined it is. So we've discovered one. So we want no activity and the Stobies don't want any activity in there. So the sooner I can reinstate it, the quicker it can become
Sure.
mature.
However, now from a species standpoint is not ideal.
Oh, I 100% agree, but the thing is, it's not a running, if you think about this, it's not a running wetland. So
Okay.
it's not a species where you have frog, you don't have a lot of, migrating animals there. There's no, it's a dry water course, it's solely for runoff.
Low functions and values.
I mean,
Because it's uphill, as you can tell, its profile is totally uphill from any water.
I'm almost gonna make you a victim of your own success because you're very forthright, and I think that he's a good lead by example. I think that having a permit's a smart idea because it sets precedent of bringing it forward to us. But having you on record as the first person that's doing it actually sets a very good precedent of people that would come after you that might have to approach something like this. Because in all honesty, I wish most people had your your candor and projections for doing this kind of work.
I don't want to do things wrong, like it's,
So let's,
it's not the way to go about it.
let's put this into context. So that would mean if someone wants to remove Phragmites, another invasive species, by hand, which I have seen before, would you also want them to come before you with a permit, with an application?
If
for a
they're
permit?
removing 200 yards of dirt with it, yes.
So that's,
So then where's the
And
line?
it depends
So
on the
that's-
legal method of whether there's.
right, so
chemical
this is where I.
But that's by hand, and he's talking about bringing in diggers and all kinds of
Right,
construction.
so this is,
I feel they would have to go to the wetlands office.
right, so this is why I'm trying to make
Yep.
Kevin be mindful of his use of the word precedent. Because
We get to
you-
establish what that is.
Yeah.
because you shouldn't categorize every single
Right.
invasive removal activity as being one and the same. In this case, Mr. Kirkham is being very forthright about the volume of material that needs to be removed. The fact that a concrete barrier will need to be placed in the ground to make sure the bamboo does not reestablish on Mrs. Stobie's property. And on top of that, you're gonna have to fell trees from the area. And that's, I'm assuming, gonna involve equipment of some degree. So, with those in mind, that's what you need to consider as to whether or not those activities can fall under 333A, which is conservation.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a couple questions of the applicant real quick? Mr. Kirkland, a couple of very minor things, not necessarily fully to do with wetlands, but just a concern. Has this property been surveyed? Like, do you actually know where the property line is? And
Yes, it has, yes.
okay, I just want to make sure, because the property owner mentioned something about some legal action, so I was concerned about that. The second thing would be, are there going to be additional trees that are impacted on the neighbor's property by installing this wall? I like, does the neighbor have trees that are within, a couple feet of the property line that you're going to now go through their root structure?
Some, yes, but mainly the bamboo on their side has already had the impact because it's already choked out the tree.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the extension past.
No, I agree completely, and some for sure it will, and that's something that, inherently, we can't, that's why it's not a straight line, we can't jeopardize the tree enough to where it falls over. You follow me? So I have to stay within so a root zone of a tree is similar to its canopy, so.
Even though the bamboo's gonna kill the trees anyway, you have to
Exactly.
avoid killing the trees.
So you can kind of see that even though it's a straight line, the Stobie's wall will not actually be a straight line. That's why I was saying about the stream, like, you see how the stream comes close there? We're gonna be right on the line there, but then we're gonna kind of run, kind of parallel, because you can see where it greens up. That's the area where there's less, it's more bamboo and less trees.
Yep.
The hopes is to have obviously a little impact to the mature trees as possible, but if it grows within them, it's a losing battle.
Yeah, and then my only other comment is if you decide that you're gonna think about extending the pipe, just reach out to my office and let me know.
Oh, for sure. If they allow me to do it, I would invite any, if we could get it, I called for a pre-site visit. That was partially how we got started. So that would be perfect.
You would extend the pipe permanently?
No,
Oh,
just during
doing
construction.
Yeah,
Just
that's what I
during
thought.
Oh, okay, either way, but yeah, just let me know if you're planning on doing something like that, that's all.
That would be terrific.
So what is the general consensus of the permit or no permit?
I
Is that
agree
how
with
the-
the- Yeah, I agree with the permit, but I
Well,
think going
Dave,
forward,
Dave,
you
can
can.
you explain the difference between the two again, so that everybody has a.
Right.
Of between him working directly with you and the process of having
Right.
an application, not a permit, but an application.
Right, thank you for clarifying that. So if you rule that this is a non-regulated activity, Mr. Kirkham is able to get started working with me sooner rather than later. Not to pin down a date or anything, but they wouldn't have to go through an application process. He would essentially be acting on the information that he gave you tonight, and I would go out with him as needed for however long he's doing the work. I imagine James would go with him as well. And, anything that we would want Mr. Kirkham to be mindful of while he's doing the work, we would have him do so. And application to the Wetlands Commission would perhaps give you some more information in terms of what the wetland resource out there is. If it's anything more than beyond what Mrs. Stover and Mr. Kirkham are explaining to you as to what it is. And then from a wetlands perspective, they would be able to perhaps address any concerns for direct or indirect impacts to the wetland resource with respect to what Mr. Kirkham plans to do. It's a matter of, do you want Mr. Kirkham to go out and do the work sooner? Or would you rather have more information and have them wait?
Isn't it also about what other committee members here had brought up, which is that even if we believe this to be a worthwhile project and we support it, if we don't ask for it to be permitted, that other people whose projects we might not feel so confident in would be able to do so without a permit?
So every time, so rulings are not self-declared. You have to make that determination. That's why he's here before you in the first place. So in other words, they can't just go out and do these activities, otherwise, boom, cease and desist, notice a violation, I come out, they come before you,
Okay.
and then we go through that cycle that way.
So precedent isn't really in play here.
I would say either way, that whoever wants to claim this
Statute,
uh,
regulation.
Was it permitted without a permit?
That's 30, whatever you call it.
whoever wants to claim that they are exempt
The regulatory.
from the
activity.
regulations, they have to come before you so that you
Okay.
can rule that.
Okay.
There's nothing that circumvents them from doing
And
it.
we don't need to necessarily establish what our criteria is to decide that.
Well, I think it's important for the record that you have some kind of reasoning to base your ruling on. You shouldn't just say yes or no. You should say yes and why, or no and why.
Yeah, and keep in mind, no two projects are gonna be the same.
Correct.
You know what I mean, it's not gonna be cookie cutter type thing, so.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I hope it was.
Based on the lack of it creating a precedent, I'm personally okay with you going out taking care of it, because at the end of the day, I've seen what bamboo does to other properties anyways, but 1 year, that stuff is
Oh,
wildfire.
it's unbelievable.
You with that?
So if it delays you even a year, like it's a year is a lot of stuff that's gonna kill it.
Did you have a
Jim
or-
constantly,
you
working
good with
with
that?
Mr. Kirkham.
What am I agreeing with? Sorry.
Make sure everybody speaks at one at a time so that we can get heard on the
We'll
record.
Yeah, I
start
think
at the
going
end of the
forward,
table
Okay,
and
it's
work
are
down.
you okay with this being a declaratory rule? Not a declaratory rule.
It's a commission. ruling.
It's a commission.
Declaratory
rule.
ruling
It's
is the next item on the agenda.
So it's just a lot of term.
Basically, no permit.
Yeah, I
No
agree going
application.
forward, it's a case by case basis, and
Okay.
And if they have.
this requires heavy equipment and going forward.
So,
you know?
so do you want to see an application? Is
Yeah,
that
I
what you're
think the
saying?
application is,
So
Do you
you're.
want him to have to apply for a permit for this application, or do you want to say that this can be regulated by Dave?
I think Dave can regulate it in the commission.
I think the whole commission's in favor of having it regulated by you, Dave.
So you are ruling that this activity is a non-regulated use.
That's what we're.
You are giving me administrative authority to work with John directly to
Absolutely.
address this
Sorry,
issue.
John. Correct. Yes.
I have conditions on that.
Okay,
already. Like, so just, we already went over this, but in the bamboo report number 9, Twin Maple, it's the first one, right? Because it's the bamboo report, Dave. Do I need to identify the piece of paper I'm looking at?
yes, you should.
I don't know.
What
how
page,
else-
what page are you on?
It's not this.
It's not?
Go back. It's that.
Oh,
It's that.
it's
So
the
flip-
email,
flip
okay.
that.
I
I'll
can't,
read the part that is concerning.
I'm sorry, I can't
Okay.
rotate it.
So at the bottom, second paragraph to the bottom, it says, the proposed work seeks to remove the bamboo, which is choking out all native species by physical removal, accompanied by the use of glyphosate, which is also known as Roundup, which is commonly used by the CTDP to control invasives in and around marshes. I don't personally, and as far as Bethel goes, I have to pull the commission on this. I don't care whether the CTDP commonly uses it or not. It doesn't make it the right thing to do,
Right,
but I digress. So
You could.
that says you're gonna do
on it
both.
that I will, no glyphosate, it's perfectly fine with me. And again,
So how does that affect how this process that you were just asking, whether we're gonna do permit or not?
well,
No,
yeah,
you give
Dave could
Dave
just,
direction.
yeah, Dave could just monitor, and we also, so if it, say this happened within not the growing season, so say we did this in December or January or February, you wouldn't use glyphosate anyway, it's called, because it's not a growing season. The plant would have to be growing for it to be effective. So it doesn't matter to me, it's just, it is a method that people are a lot of people are more comfortable with, but personally, I don't care for it, because I don't like non-selective herbicides, you know? So it's fine with me, it makes, no difference as far as.
But the question would be,
So the question is then, yes,
Yeah.
given that condition on my behalf, if whether I speak for the rest of the commission or not, I don't know. As far as the glyphosate goes, I would say, go ahead and do whatever you want, just know that.
I think that's a very reasonable condition to impose with this rule.
Hey, they're able-
Mechanical removal methods.
Yeah, you're able to enforce it from an administrative perspective without us having to permit it.
I mean,
I don't think.
for,
it's
I
a
mean,
I don't
issue.
even think it's an issue.
So
here's,
yeah.
so
But this
here's,
is permanent, isn't it?
so
No.
if, assuming we're working on an administrative basis,
Yes.
here's the timeline. I don't know how soon you want to get out there, but as soon as he wants to get out there, I'm working with him almost every day, or at least once a week, to monitor how he's doing. And he lets me know if he runs into any issues with the methods that he's indicating. Obviously, at the end, when this is all done, assuming this does get done within the month, or by the end of April, I will report to you guys to let you know what progress they're making. And if there's any changes that need to be made, I will let you guys know, or I imagine John will let you guys know. So I think having a condition to not use glyphosate or glyphosate is very reasonable. Glad that, I'm sorry.
It's close enough.
Yeah, I
bad stuff.
I think that's very reasonable.
It's glyph. Oh, no.
Glyphosate.
No.
No
is that right?
glyphosate.
Glyphosate.
Yes.
Are there any other?
No, it's glyphosate. Right?
It's okay.
All right, never mind.
Does it-
To be continued.
To me, it's
I
model
see it
anyway.
written glyphosate. GLYPHOSATE.
Are there any other restrictions?
Scratch the paragraph,
No,
right?
Thank you.
Is there anything else that the commission would want me to have in this rule?
No.
So just so essentially, non-regulated activity.
Yep.
Just don't use whatever.
Whatever they
Good.
come with.
Thank you.
Don't use Roundup.
Okay,
Reasonable.
okay.
Okay.
Or other-
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay,
Good.
Very
Thank you,
good.
sir.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I
Thanks for
appreciate
the
it.
help on the other
Best
stuff.
to you.
Thank you very much. I think for what you did, I think you did very well, because at least you haven't haven't issued a permit for something that like the state says you're not meant to have one. Because that gets a little bit strange, not so essentially here, but I've had a few places where it gets a little bit weird, when there's no permit, there's no method to monitor it. Essentially, like Dave's gonna use his knowledge to do it, but how do you have how do we have a check mark or essentially a bullet point to hit when there is no,
so I will be in contact with you in the not too distant future to get an agent approval application and for you to give me attachments thereof to supplement what it is you're doing. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for-
you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to 185 Grassy Plain Street.
Stony Hill Road.
Stony Hill.
I believe 18 Stony Hill Road.
Oh, I'm sorry, 18 Stony Hill Road.
Who's up?
Who's still awake?
Thanks for your patience.
Another cookie.
Yeah, you guys are, you're going strong.
You don't want a brownie? The brownies are really.
I know they are, but.
I gotta be healthy.
Dave, you are evil.
Might have to have her on dial. Good. Thank you.
Guys, go Kenny, sir. Great, guys.
Yeah, I'm
You already going
Help yourself.
Yeah,
Ron Dave.
I'll tell you, where's the milk?
Yeah.
Right there, right? You really need it. Really.
Where in the materials is this?
It's not here, Dave. I brought extra copies here.
Okay, thank you.
For everybody, for
Find
the
there.
commission.
Why, thank you. Would you like a brownie?
In the meantime, sure. The only reason, we had a survey, you know, the existing survey that was done. To be honest with you, I would love to, but I have done well since New Year's Day.
Well done.
So if
I
I
did
play
well
sitting next to her
tonight.
tonight.
No, it's his fault. I
Not
was
helping,
the
right?
one.
Not helping with
This is a motel, right? This is a motel. One of the motels, right? I don't know the name of it.
right, okay,
No, it wasn't.
So what is
The
it?
days in.
When the property contains.
days in, right. So my name's Mark
Just
Lankford with,
okay.
with Dimar, engineers, land surveyors in Southbury. And Kenny Patel, who's my client, runs the hotels at 18 Stone Hill Road here in town. And how this came about was, Mr. Patel's looking to do some expansion and some work at the hotel. And so going through doing our due diligence, when you went to the town's GIS map, there was an actual line on there, a blue line that showed that there was a water course. And you'll see it on your map here. It shows here, it's kind of approximately where it is. Okay, so what transpired during that period is like anybody, you go out and you check the property out, and we had William Kenny Associates, our soil scientists, go out, looked at it, and came back with a report saying, Mark, I don't think this is really a wetlands. And the question really came down to it because there was no hydrophytic vegetation. There was a lot of invasives in the area, and there was a channelized area that basically came off of the property, which services really town water that comes off of Vale Street, comes through an easement through our property to the east, and discharges out on our property over here. Okay, and then there's other discharge for the property that discharges also here, and another one that discharges here. All of it connects to a culvert that goes under I-84. So we talked to David, we had a meeting with David and also with planning and zoning, just as a pre-meeting, and discussed this in terms of, really, we believe that this is not an intermittent water course and it should be regulated. So during the course of time, since November, we have been monitoring every storm, significant storm events that have occurred to see if there's any sustainable water course, which by state definition means that in a period of time, so many hours, when the storm event, you go out, you take a look, if there is no water running, that means groundwater is not actually feeding this area. And that's how intermittent water courses are established. They're established not because of storm, but it's groundwater that continues over time. So Bill Kenny, we did that running through the course of the winter and spring, and then came back with a report that identified that, in Mr. Kenny's opinion, that this was not a intermittent water course and that it was actually a drainage ditch. And if you look in your packet, I don't know if you've got it, or Dave, you can bring it up, but there's a series of pictures that we have taken for this water course. And you can tell it's extremely well drained.
there was several instances where I went out after 1 inch to 2 inches of rainfall. A day or so or 2 days later, not a drop. Nothing in the water course at all, nothing in this ditch at all. So then at that point, Dave suggested that we needed to come forward because, my client has plans. And this is an important component in terms of how we design our project. In terms of going forward. So we're looking for a declaratory ruling that this is not a regulated resource so that we can move forward. And David, I mean, I have Mr. Kenny here. You have any questions that need to be answered with regards to that? But the pictures tell 1,000 words in the packet. And you can, anybody who visited the site, you can see that the deposition of sand that's been through there, this actual drainage ditch is moved over the years, depending upon, the recourse and that sort of thing. So I don't know if Dave, you want to bring up any of those photos, but you can kind of see, this is the outlet that is actually comes from the town system off of Vale Street. That's on the corner of our property over here. On the very corner over here, and that easement is a 24-inch pipe that comes through here. That in essence takes water both from this property and from Vale Road that comes down here. And both will define an easement at some point.
So both of those properties drain through this drainage ditch?
Yeah.
That you're claiming is not an intermittent water course?
Right.
But
Are
it
you
certainly
planning-
looks like an intermittent water
Sorry.
course to me.
It
Certainly looks like one.
Yeah, but you have to go by state definition. And
Which
this
is what exactly?
I will
But-
read them for you.
Yeah, they will read it for you.
So your regulations.
What are you looking at? CGF?
Sorry,
Yeah, general statutes.
no, I'm looking at your wetlands regulations.
That's kind
Section,
of that one.
correct.
Okay.
Section 2.2 has a definition for water courses, more specifically intermittent water courses. And the definition reads as follows, and I quote: "A water course which is delineated by a defined permanent channel and bank and is characterized by non-persistent flow. For the purposes of these regulations, quote, intermittent water courses, end quote, shall be delineated by 2 or more of the following characteristics. 1, evidence of scour or deposits of recent alluvium or detritus, that's essentially soil. 2, the presence of standing or flowing water for a duration longer than a particular storm incident. Ordinarily, the presence of water is supported by a component, however small, of groundwater outflow or exfiltration, which is what Mr. Lane.
And that is not present, you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
3, the presence of or ability to support the growth of hydrophytic vegetation.
And you're also claiming that it does not do that?
Exactly. Mr. Kenny has been out there and it does not.
But it does have evidence of scour.
Because of drainage that's coming from a man-made resource.
So what are you guys, I forget what the development plan is, or if I'm stepping too far ahead.
Yeah, so
Are you gonna manage that?
Yeah, we're gonna manage all of that, but we're not, my client's not gonna make any significant investment without, and for us to even know how we're gonna proceed until we get the declaratory ruling.
Oh.
And that was suggested when we met with staff, that would be the first order of business for us to do, and that's why we're here.
What protocols on this are?
So so your protocol is to agree with the opinion that the statements that the applicant is making, with their soil scientist and their engineer, that whatever you want to call the resource on this site, a ditch or a drainage channel or what.
It's a drainage ditch.
Right. Either way.
Yeah.
It is not an intermittent water course, and therefore you do not consider that a regulated area that is under your purview.
So our choices are, we either can agree with their findings, or we can ask for our own review independently of that to confirm. Or
Right.
David, have you been out there?
I myself have not been out there. I am familiar with the property, and I did have a discussion with Mr. Kenny regarding his report, which is in the materials, and he goes through the methodology in greater detail than what Mr. Lancourt has done thus far, as to, you know, him going out after storm events and seeing whether or not there was flow that persisted after 24 hours after the rain. You feel free to jump in anytime, Mr. Kenny, if I'm not getting your report correct. It's light and I'm, you know, doing the best I can with what marbles I have left.
You're doing a great job.
So this is, we can go through this report, like I said, it was in your materials. I think that Mr. Kenny's report is very thorough on this subject. I don't think he would say anything about what this resource is that isn't factual. He did a lot of research with making sure that the rain events that he was monitoring, I believe it was the Danbury station.
Yep.
With weather undergrounds that they used as their reference for their stormwater events, which let me see if it's in here at the end. No, it's not, but it is available online. Actually, no, wait a minute, where is it? I remember it being in here somewhere. I can't find it now. Oh, there it is. Okay, right here. This paragraph that I have highlighted on the screen. So it goes pretty in depth as to, you know, why this is not an intermittent water course.
So what does that mean for the drainage on the site then, if we do?
They still have to maintain the drainage or address it. What they're looking at is how do we design it? Because if it's an intermittent water course, I'm sure they design it one way. If it's just a drainage, they can design it differently.
So it has
Exactly, to
implications
your
for
point.
what like you're allowed to do.
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
depending on how.
Absolutely. You don't have an upland review area anymore.
Okay,
They don't have to go through our committee anymore because it's not under our
but
jurisdiction.
how do
Right,
we?
there's no wetlands on there, so now you take the wetland aspect off of it, so you don't have to build a detention basin, and I'm going extreme or anything.
No, you still have to go through engineering.
Yes.
Right,
We still
yeah,
have-
you
we
still-
still have to follow the Connecticut
Right.
DEP stormwater guidance manuals.
Right.
We still have to follow your own guidance manuals, which are pretty restrictive.
You don't want the water that does.
All
come
the
there when
one, all of it.
comes.
We still have to go through it. The only
Except
question
You don't want
is-
that to eat away your park lights.
Exactly, exactly.
You need
exactly.
to know
It's
how
not-
to-
it's not the way we
Just
do
not
it.
with us. We don't talk to you about
It's
it.
one less.
No,
thing on our
it's
agenda.
engineering. I'm gonna,
Right.
we've already, with Jim, we've already had conversations with Jim about this and
So,
that sort of thing, so.
what's
And
the-
I got DOT to deal with, which is not gonna be an easy road. Yep.
So who's assuming that this is a wetland in the first place?
The map.
Yeah, but the map is this one.
So it was the prompt for this coming before you was because on aerial imagery, which I can bring up for you guys.
Well, water clearly does move there.
So that should be corrected somewhere,
Right.
Water does travel. through
Right,
there.
but
So
They
He
do
doesn't have to
correct it
revisit
every
it
few months.
every
We had a
year.
permit that they actually did.
But
correct.
wetlands are not determined by the presence or absence of water, they're determined by soil type. And then you have your parameters for whether or not something's an intermittent water course.
And it doesn't fit that.
It is.
Here's my general thought is, you know, no disrespect to you, but you're not a wetland thing, but Mr. Kenny is. So if you were
exactly.
coming to me and saying this isn't, and it's just you, I'd be like, yeah, get me someone who, because I couldn't tell.
We all have our.
Mr.
expertise.
Kenny does this for a living and license and
Yep.
stuff, and,
Yeah.
you know,
Exactly.
I'm comfortable.
The only
with that.
reason
It's not-
Bill couldn't be here is because he was in Greenwich.
He's here.
I know he's here, but he was in Greenwich.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is what comes up on Bethel GIS.
Yeah.
Bethel GIS does not make a distinction between what's an intermittent water course,
And drainage.
what's a drainage channel, or what's a
Right.
ditch. If the imagery that comes back gives it some suggestion that there might be water through
Right.
there, it's gonna code this with a blue line.
Which would require more in-depth investigation, which has been done.
which is
That's what
why
I'm
they're
saying.
here right now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And it's not like, all right, we rule it's not a water course. It's not like they could just fill it in. It's a drainage that has to be addressed in their planning anyway.
Exactly, exactly.
So, I mean, I don't know how the rest of the commission feels. I don't feel it's an intermittent water course.
Doesn't seem to meet the criteria.
No.
No, I just have a concern in 2 years that someone says, oh, yeah, it is, you know, and then you come back, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's
there's
like, I already
criteria
had this
for it.
discussion 2 years ago. Why do I have to reprove it again? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
So then I guess the question that you would ask Mr. Kenny is how likely is it for someone or I'm trying to think of how one would ask this. Could something become an intermittent water course over the span of 2 years? I guess that's perhaps how you would phrase that question. Is that what you're asking?
In California.
No. I'm saying we're all here now and we agree, and then in 2-3 years, there's a whole bunch of different people going. This isn't that.
Well, it can change. Things can change. It could, those criteria for deciding what an intermittent water course is, they can change. Evidence of scour and well-defined channels could develop. Hydrophytic
Well,
vegetation could develop and wetland soils.
No,
could
so
develop.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's man-made or not. It
So
could
this
develop.
is part of why they came before you, because this does have a defined permanent channel and
Because
bank.
it's a drainage.
There
you got water.
is evidence of scour or deposits. But that's the only characteristic that it has. It doesn't have standing or flow of water for a duration longer than a particular storage instrument. It does not have the ability to support the growth of hydrophytic vegetation. So I guess
Right
go
now,
back
it's
to
not
what
wetland.
Pat is asking, how soon could that change?
I don't think that's what she's saying. I think she's
Right.
saying that.
What if someone comes in 2 years and says
And
it's actually
disagrees with.
right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Could you
So you
address
don't know how
that,
to
Mr.?
revisit, yeah.
Could you address that, Mr. Kenny?
Sure. Good evening. I'm Bill Kenny, the principal of William Kenny Associates. I'm a professional wetland scientist and soil scientist. And there's always a potential for a resource to either come into existence or be eliminated so there's different, but things would have to change on the ground for that to occur. And with regard to a water course, whether it be an intermittent water course or drainage channel, the primary difference is if you look at your definition, what it defines what an intermittent water course is by saying you need that permanent channel and you need to have evidence of 2 of 3 things. But it also defines what it is not, which is you could still have that permanent channel, but just have one of those other factors, one of the 3. And the primary difference between those is that when they came up with the definition for an intermittent water course, what the politicians up at the state, when they wrote the statutes, were looking for were water courses that primarily were conveying groundwater that was discharging from the ground, where you have an area where it discharges from the ground and then it runs through a channel, and that groundwater being cleaner than water running off the surface of land. Often, that it's my understanding that was of greater value to protect because it had more value to wildlife and to society. So they decided that if you had a channel that intermittently conveyed groundwater, so water flowed in between storm events, not just during storm events, then that's really what the intermittent water course is. But if it's only conveying water during and immediately after a storm event, so it's primarily just conveying runoff. And in this instance, it's primarily conveying runoff from paved surfaces of the adjacent property and from a nearby road, that it wouldn't fall within that definition of an intermittent water course. So in this instance, I don't see that feature changing because the source for the water will remain the same. And the soils on the site are very sandy, very porous, so they allow for that water to infiltrate into the ground rather than, there isn't a source for groundwater to discharge into this water course, into this channel. It's really a recharge area rather than a groundwater discharge area. So for that reason, for two reasons, the source of the water, the watershed is not likely to change, and also the soils are just very porous and permeable, and you have a recharge rather than discharge of groundwater at this location.
Thank you.
Okay, so Pat, did that answer your question?
No.
Okay, so
Honestly.
basically, here's, you're
said I-
basically asking, all right, an expert saying it's not, what if another expert comes in 2 years and says it is?
Yeah,
I don't
so if
think
I
we
have
can
this map
control
and
that.
there's a blue line, how do I take the blue line off? Because we decided the blue line doesn't go in there in the first place.
Because
Right.
my response, if someone came to me in 2 years and said, hey, you took this off the map, how can you take it off the map?
We're
We
not
could,
taking it off,
Right.
we're qualifying
we're
what is
qualifying,
on.
exactly,
Your
we're
point.
qualifying what's
Qualifying what
on
that
there
blue
based
line
on
is.
expert testimony that we were given at the time.
So
Yes.
our expert testimony will be
Would-
recorded, so
It's
the next
recorded.
person looks and says, oh,
Right,
they've done research on this historically and,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah, we didn't just say, oh, you want to build something, we'll take this off. No, it's,
No,
it's
I know
been,
it's, yeah,
yeah. And
That's
it's
why
all
we're here,
recorded.
for the formality to make sure that
Yes.
it is on the
Yes.
public record.
on record.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that question actually came up in another
Yeah.
permit that's in front of us, how a floodplain got moved, you know, and it was the same type of
Okay.
response.
So now the commission needs to make a consensus.
Does anyone feel this is a intermittent water course?
I do not.
No, no, no. We, general consensus is this is not an intermittent water course.
So you
Sorry.
are making a
We're
We're
declaratory.
making a declaratory ruling based on the testimony we received that this is not a intermittent water course. Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the cookies.
I'm not gonna be able to
Let
sleep
the
all
record
night.
show
because
you
of the
did not
sugar, but-
provide the cookies and there was no.
Next time I'll bring, no, we'll bring donuts.
Whoa,
Are
you
you
go to
for
the grounds, I won't
ground
say no to that.
What do you mean?
Mr. Chairman,
11 Park
in,
Road.
in the interest of the public or the applicants that are waiting to
I want
come
to move a
before
little
you,
park along up.
could we, yes, could you
Yes.
move?
Yeah, that's what I just asked. All right, I don't know if I need a motion, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I make a motion to move 11 Park Lawn Drive. up. It's under staff comments and reports.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this is an administrative agent approval application that was submitted to me last week.
Okay.
And for context, this is on a piece of property in the Berkshire Corporate Park where most of your activities that involve grading or stormwater management systems are already done. They're already completed. Now, some period of time has lapsed, or not lapsed, but there's been a period of time since when the application was approved and all that work was done, and now to the present day. And now the applicant wants to construct the building on that property. Feel free to jump in if I'm saying this.
Just help me out
wrong.
one second. Berkshire, is that where Dolan's, or not Dolan, Duracell, is that Berkshire?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
I can summarize real quick.
Please
Our
do.
Site plan
Council
expired.
healthcare is there?
Got it. Is this by the pond?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, so in the corporate park, the drainage ponds are designed to hold the whole corporate park, but in 2014, I think 14, we got an approval for a 20,000 square foot building on this property, right next to the healthcare center. We did all the site work, except that we didn't build the building because we didn't have a tenant. Now we want to get the building built because we think we have a tenant. But our site plan expired, so we had to reapply to planning and zoning. But our wetlands work is all done. All the work is done. So we made the application to your staff as an agent approval to essentially dot the i's and cross the t's for planning and zoning, so they can go and hopefully tomorrow night, maybe not tomorrow, but in the next meeting or two, we'll present our site plan and show them exactly what work's been done and let us build a building.
And if you could just give your name for the.
Sorry,
Yep,
I'm
thank
Peter
you.
Olson. I was here earlier.
Thank you. Mary has her hand up. Mary?
Or does she know she is?
But I was gonna ask for the gentleman's name because he's not on camera.
Sorry.
I got
Sorry.
you, Mary.
Thank you.
11 o'clock, you let them sit, so.
You're allowed a
I
little
haven't been in
leniency.
an 11 o'clock meeting in
What's that?
years. I haven't been in a meeting until 11 for years, so.
Sorry.
I haven't been awake till
I
11.
could have been it, like,
That too.
Dave, I do have a question.
Yes.
The only question I have is, regulations have changed. Not just this. but the
So
whole
I
thing.
can answer your
There you go.
question. When I say we put everything in, that
Right.
includes all the stormwater stuff,
Right.
right? So the last thing we wanted to do is have to
Oh,
change
it's
any of that.
constructed, or, okay.
Yeah, it's already built.
Yes, everything's been,
Everything's in.
it's actually was a shame on us for not looking at the permit, realizing
Right.
it was 5 years. We should have asked them to get extension.
So your permit is partially
Oh,
completed.
so now we're
Correct.
here at 11 because you.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that-
I'm the first one to say we know.
But as you noted, some of the regulations on stormwater have changed, and one of the things we asked the Vesta to do was make sure that the storm system can handle under those current regulations. And so he did those calculations and it can handle 100-year storm.
And is it?
Because we overbuilt it. We had extra large pipe lying around, so we put in the big pipe. But yes, we have a whole report for it, the engineering team, that says it will be supportive of a 100-year storm, so.
So by dusting it off to extend it another 5 years, which hopefully you don't need, but Dave, you review it then?
So I'm reviewing this solely for the purpose of the construction of the building, because the portion of the
Right,
building
everything else
is.
is done.
Correct. There's a portion of the building that's within the upland review area.
Right,
It's an activity that's, right,
but it's the same footprint it was.
Yes.
before.
correct,
Yeah.
correct.
I was
If-
wondering,
if-
about it. I drive by there.
Right,
I see the building.
if there were any substantial changes to the building or to the stormwater management system, we'd be having an entirely different conversation.
I am good with, is this a declaratory rule?
No, it's just,
Go
so
for it,
what's,
Dave.
so they.
He's just
are-
telling you what he did.
So they are eager to be able to say the formalities with wetlands are done, which they aren't yet as of this meeting, but they will be done soon. So that way, when they go to the planning and zoning commission, they can say, we've already been through wetlands, Dave's got his agent approval application,
Mhm.
he's gonna sign it. We don't know soon,
Okay,
and so that way they can render their decision. So I imagine come the next meeting, that will already be done and
beautiful.
what have you, so.
So
That's-
nothing we
that's-
have to do for it.
Nope, it's just.
Wait.
You stayed around for 30
The hockey net needs to go back on the pond that was there like 20 years ago.
I think we're trying to get them re.
With your hips, yeah, I want to see that one.
With my new hips, I
Yeah, I
might
was gonna
wanna,
say.
you know.
Trying to get rid of the geese.
All right. Thank you for staying so late.
Thank you for.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that delay.
Now
So I have
we
a
go-
question.
So now we go, I'm sorry,
Can I like table these to April 10th? Or except for staff comments, I'm sure you want to discuss, but
let's see.
Can we just blow through? How long?
Okay, that's up
We
to
don't
you.
have anybody
Right,
else
so-
to include.
So
in this.
you, so.
all right,
I-
that's fine blowing through. You.
So I would strongly recommend you make your decisions for Shelley Road and.
All right, that's the
Tonight
hardest one. All right,
because
so I
you
make
only
a
have-
motion that we approve the Wetland Commission for regular
Hold on,
minutes
hold
for 227. I'm blowing through it.
I know you are. So let's not jump the gun too quick, because we have to go back to 185 Grassy Plain Street.
Oh, I thought we do that at the end.
Right.
Okay.
So 185 Grassy Plain Street is an application for regulated activities. I will go through this very quickly. I know it's very late. Peter Wilson, I imagine, would have stuck around for it, but correct. So I apologize for whoever's out there on Zoom, if there's any commissioners. But everything for this application is on Google Drive, so all the records are there. But anyway, This property is at the corner of the Francis J. Clark Industrial Park. So if you're going down Grassy Plain Street and you go to that traffic light for the entrance to the business park, this is that first property there on the right-hand side up that drive to get into the park itself.
Left, just at the entrance.
On the left-hand side, that's right.
My building is. here.
Right.
So there's the light here, right?
Right, this is the old Burnley building.
They just redid the building.
Right,
Yes.
they did. This is not for that building. This,
Ignore that building.
well, no, it's not a site per se. It is a. Oh, okay, here we go. Phew.
You make the papers bigger next time?
Yeah, really. So this is the Burnley building here. There's another building here that they're proposing to build very close to the intersection, not in your purview, don't worry about it. This is what you need to focus on. It's a proposed roughly 80,000 square foot building. If I'm reading that correctly, your wetlands are over here, your upland review area is over here. There is an MDDB report that I'm expecting to receive on this property for an insect called the metalmark butterfly.
Isn't there contained soil here?
Right, so there's an environmental land
Oh,
use
there it is.
restriction.
Okay.
And the parameters for that, which I'm sure can be corrected if need be when whichever process you guys decide to use opens, but they're able to add material on top. But if they excavate any of what's there now within this ELUR area, they have to remove all of it. And they have to replace it with clean fill, but they can add stuff on top of it. That's at least that's to my understanding. But they're here before you, or this application is coming before you because of what's going on over in this area.
Okay.
They would totally understand and they expect you to come to the determination this is a significant impact and that this constitutes a core activity, being cognizant of the NDDB species that's here and with how close they are going to be getting to the wetlands with this parking area. Another thing that you guys should note is that on this portion of the property, there is a lot of exposed ledge and rock that will need to be removed. I'm not sure, I haven't dived into the materials too much to figure out what method that they need to do that with is, but the bottom line is, and it may not be ledge, but the bottom line is that the material here needs to go away.
I believe they're anticipating on blasting, if memory serves right.
Thank you, James.
Is that in the FJ Park Circle itself?
Yeah.
Or-
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's near the train tracks.
So take the.
Did you recuse
take that
yourself?
first.
So the Metro North line is right here.
Right.
Metro North is right here. The bridge is right there.
Yeah.
So this would be uphill of that.
I don't know exactly what that is.
Sounds like a sidewalk.
I would recommend the commission schedule a site walk for this.
But
Which-
before us today is whether or not we're going to do
I
public
sure-
comments or whether or not. we're
Well,
going-
so you need to, A, accept the application, B, you need to determine which process you're going to do. C, when would this process begin, and D, would you do a site walk? I've reviewed this application for the materials that have been submitted. I understand that there's more that's on the way, but you guys have enough to accept it tonight. You guys two can make the decision whether or not you do a site plan review or public hearing. The applicant is under the understanding that you guys may accept this for a public hearing on the basis that this is a significant activity.
Is it appropriate to ask what the nature of the building will be?
It's going to be, ooh,
Crematory?
no, it's not a crematory.
Oh, boy.
It's just a little levity.
Planning something?
It's
Oh, I remember
an
it.
industrial building, I know that much. There would be commercial vehicles that would access the building or there's like a loading bay area here on the back. From what I understand, most of the
So
activity.
warehouse?
I
You don't know.
I don't know, to be honest
Can
with
ask.
you.
Is- Okay.
Unless they don't have a,
I'm not sure if they have the tenant cemented yet to that degree.
It looks like two buildings, right?
Right, so there's this little building right here.
That's not under our
But
purview.
that's not before us.
Right, but it's just part of the app,
wetlands.
they just have to put that on the
Because it says
application.
15,000 and 72,000.
Right, so this is the 15,000 one here. This is the other building.
Okay.
The existing building is staying.
Correct.
Right.
oh, true.
I'm seeing it on the satellite here.
Do we know what that building is?
This one,
What's it gonna be?
this one's gonna be an office building, I believe.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure CrossFit Bethel is in that one.
And there's a house in there somewhere that I forget what.
So-
The house is way down over this way, not on this property.
But at any rate.
What is that house? It's like a.
The
what is
person's
that?
house.
In the industrial park?
It was there when, before the industrial park.
That's crazy. Do
I
you know,
believe
like,
it
who
is
lives there?
a-
Some person lives
I
there?
believe it is a legally pre-existing non-conforming use, but I could be
Cool.
mistaken.
Nice terminology. I
In the
love
effort of
that.
going
That three
home,
times fast. Steve.
Legally
Can we-
pre-existing
Accept the application.
accept the application.
Do you
Okay,
want it a public or a review?
My opinion matters. I feel like it should probably be public because I think that it will generate interest from the public and they
Yeah.
should have an opportunity to comment.
well,
Me too.
do you believe that these activities?
Or adverse,
Are
adverse
significant
impact,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so if you're going to make a motion, your motion would be to accept this application for review process via public hearing on the basis that there are, that these activities may cause a significant impact to the wetlands.
Super.
Mary, you get that?
Always, Mary always gets that.
So I need someone to.
Make a
don't
motion
think I
to the statement that they've just said.
To accept this application via a.
On the basis that it will
s-
provide, or
a
it
pub-
will
Via a public hearing, did we say? On the basis that it is,
substantial impact.
has significant.
Significant.
impacts.
Significant
Has
impact.
impact.
To the wetlands.
Correct.
To the wetlands.
Joint effort. Second,
There you go.
all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye, but we need to go
Next.
individually, right?
Well, you should, yes.
Pat,
Pat,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
yes.
yes, if it matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to schedule a site walk?
Yes.
Okay, when do we want to do that?
Should we do that before the public hearing or does it matter?
Well, you have 65 days to open the hearing.
Oh, all right.
That's a Monday.
No, that's not at night.
I'd like to see you guys on.
So you,
Not the same day.
After, well, definitely after Easter, right?
Oh, there is.
so you cannot open on the 10th because there are legal notices that have to be posted.
That's too soon.
And that's too soon, that's correct. So the soonest you can open this would be at your next regular meeting on the 24th. Would you want to open this public hearing for this application on the 24th?
Sure. I'm okay with that.
When do we want to schedule a sidewalk?
No, hold on.
That's a really
How
long
much
meeting.
stuff do we have on the 24th?
Right.
If we
Okay.
could push them,
Another-
Well,
push them on.
Can we
Okay.
make that decision on the 10th to see how much we get through on the 10th? Because we have a pretty full docket that we can approach on the 10th as well.
That's so far.
Okay,
So if
Sure.
we
Nice.
made the decision on the 10th, then it doesn't give me enough time to do the notice
Okay.
posting
No,
for the
that's fine.
24th.
all right, so let's
We'll make
schedule it
the
to 24th.
Okay.
And
Okay.
does it make more sense, guys, to do the site walk after that when we have some information, so we know what we're looking at?
I would leave the site walk open for now until we actually hear more from the
Yeah,
applicant.
and then you could have the applicant here to agree to meet you at that
Right.
set
Oh,
date.
right.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Beautiful,
Looking for the team.
Okay,
good,
yes.
okay.
Change this up, right?
Inland Wetland Commission regular meetings, any questions or comments, concerns for the one on 2/27? Can you make a motion that we accept the regular meeting minutes from 2/27 as submitted?
A second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Special meeting minutes from 3/19/23. Any discussion? Okay, make a motion that we accept the special meeting minutes from 3/19 as submitted.
That's a site walker.
Somebody second?
Not yet.
Second.
All in favors? Aye.
Aye.
Abstain, I wasn't there.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain, I wasn't there.
Hold on, that was what?
Yeah, slow for Mary here.
Sorry,
Hang on,
that was- how
guys.
many abstain? We had 2 abstains and 3.
Yeah, was that the sidewalk?
Yep.
Four.
had a Greg and a Kevin abstain and a.
Everybody else said aye.
So the people that would vote on the sidewalk would be Pat, Danielle, and Kevin. I'm sorry.
I was there.
Nico.
Yes.
Nico, thank you.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'd be insulted.
All right, so now we're getting to
Let's knock out the DPP.
We have old business.
They're spraying
Shelley,
again.
Leslie?
at,
Yeah, that should be a piece of cake, that one, right?
All right,
Name of which one we're
so
talking about right now.
we're getting ahead of ourselves. We gotta do the approvals first, guys. So
Shelley Road.
So I will give you both resolutions of approval in one fell swoop because they're essentially the same thing. You guys can read them over real quick. And determine if there's any conditions beyond the boilerplate ones that I have for you guys to put in. And the best part for you, Pat.
I just have a question.
Yes.
I have a question on the Whittlesey Drive one.
Okay.
Just because I know it's been a concern, not that I understand it, but the trees,
Okay.
is that in there somewhere?
No, it's
Trees,
not.
Or does it have to be?
If Nico feels so strongly about protecting the sycamore tree, then you could put that in there.
So to talk about the sycamore tree a little bit too, I took the tree warden out there and we took a look at it. He seems to believe that even if we protect it, it's going to have a short lifespan. However, we're still going to try to protect it. And he mainly believes that because basically the bank of the brook is just eroding out from underneath it. So if you actually take a look at it, all the root structure is all on one side of the tree, and there's literally almost nothing underneath the tree. So he doesn't think it's going to last very long either way, but we're still gonna follow the drip edge, which is what he recommended.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that, James, man. I wish I had gone with you on that walk.
Yeah, he's just not confident, but either way, we'll still maintain.
So sycamores are adapted for that. They'll fall over. It'll fall over.
Well,
and it'll live. It'll live there forever, falling at an angle. Like it won't die.
Well,
They'll
correct.
fall flat.
And that's what will end up happening is he's saying it's within probably 5 years, most likely, it's just going to fall over the embankment.
But they're no less. Sorry. I'm sorry. Can you finish what you're saying? I'm sorry.
We're still going to protect and stay outside of that canopy because and that was his recommendation, that we stay outside of the canopy because that's essentially as far as those roots are going to actually travel.
Were you able to find any of the roots and actually probe around in the soil by hand and see or anything where they are and how far out they go?
No, but we'll end up
You'll find them.
watching it as the work is happening too.
Yeah.
So we'll mark that area, and then we'll also watch as the contractor gets in there, and we see what's actually underneath the soil.
Because have you seen yourself what sycamores do on stream banks?
Yeah, well, a little bit.
Like it's rad. Like that's their natural habitat, is like this totally riparian floodplain.
Yeah.
And then they'll hold that riverbank forever. Like it'll fall over, it'll and it'll just keep growing. It'll reiterate new stems, new branches up vertically and then over across the river. And it'll keep holding its function as a stream bank retaining system, root retaining.
Yeah.
As long as it's healthy. And if we damage the roots, it will die, and it won't do that.
Yeah, so essentially we're going to stay away from the roots as best as we can.
Yeah.
Even though he seems to think it's going to be a losing battle anyway, because I don't know, but either way.
Interested to know, yeah, I'm interested to know why he was.
Just no support. He thinks when it goes, it's going to end up pulling a lot of the roots out too.
Maybe it's possible. I guess.
So.
Okay, any more discussion on either one? Okay, Motion to approve an application for regulated activities with condition number 1 through 7 on reasons 1 through 3 as indicated in this draft resolution of approval dated March 27th, 2023. Need a
I
second?
second.
Okay, all those in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Great. Aye.
And that's for Whittlesey?
That was Whittlesey. No, that was Shelley, sorry.
And Shelley.
Shelley.
Okay, so because the discussion that we just had was for Whittle.
I know, we had
Sycamore
the
is not
discussion
Whittlesey.
together.
Oh, okay, so
So
then,
this is for Whittlesey.
okay,
Motion to approve an application for regulated activity with condition number 1 through 7, based on reasons labeled 1 through 3, as indicated in this draft resolution of April dated March 27th, 2023.
Second.
All those in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
yeah.
Aye.
'Cause-
all ayes.
So who made the second? That was you? Okay, Mary, I'll help you clarify this all tomorrow. Okay.
Sorry, Mary.
Can I
Okay,
get you a brownie,
You
Mary?
get to listen to 4.5 hours. of
Imagine if
Zoom
you could give
calls.
people snacks digitally, the
Yeah.
Jetsons.
Smell-o-vision?
All right, so now we are
That
down
could get
to
dangerous too.
depth pesticides permits. That's you, Dave.
okay, this is very easy. We get these all the time. Someone who is certified in the use of algicides and it's a permit to deep because they're the ones that regulate that stuff. You get a copy of it as a formality. And the folks at the Parks Department submitted one for the ponds in Bennett and McCullough Park. Any questions?
Can
We have
people
to-
still fish there?
Yes.
Happens like every year, right?
So my question is,
Standard.
we don't have to go into it much, do we have any regulatory authority on this at all, or is this just courtesy?
Yes, courtesy.
And so this is just courtesy, it's not really this, but somebody might want to bring to their attention that maybe vegetative carp could have been a solution, although those are invasive fish anyway, so they.
You don't want to introduce.
I don't know
carpet
anything
or
about it.
anything.
Really?
Yeah, no, because the next thing you know, there's 2,000 of them.
No, that's, I know, because that's what we just did. You
All the
so
other
happened
fish.
Candlewood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Plus Loch
the,
Ness.
huh?
Plus Loch Ness.
Oh, yeah.
So
100%.
Candlewood,
One would have
Candlewood
thought
Lake,
that's what it- Wood
it's
River
not it's a man-made water body.
It is.
It doesn't have a traditional outlet like this water course does. So that's perhaps why they were able to use the
Oh,
carpet
they
there.
messed it up there is what they did. They actually released double the amount that they were supposed to, and what happened, it killed off almost all the natural milfoil that's in there, which is disrupting all the native fish that were in there because they don't have a place to breed. So fishing is portable or going.
And on that note, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All those favors, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for
Thank
hanging
you,
in there
Mary.
tonight. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you,
Thanks
James.
everybody for sticking.
Thanks for hanging out, guys.